the news. Ayush, since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage.
All right, back with India Market Open. SPML Infra is a company that is going to talk about two distinct lines of business, an existing line of business that they have, and they are making large strides or rapid strides into the BESS or the battery energy storage system opportunity. Before we get in the management, let's get in my colleague Varsha to set up the conversation for us. Varsha.
Well, the focus for this company is, of course, the water projects and BESS, which you talked about. Talking about the BESS story, because this is the next leg of growth for the company. They're entering into fast-growing energy storage space by setting up battery capacity, and they're also going into backward integration into battery pack as well. The revenue potential from 2.5 gigawatt of BESS would be around 2,500 odd crore. For water sector, the Jal Jeevan mission allocation is up to almost 67,000 odd crore, and they're expecting better fund flow in FY27. New orders share is rising over time, and margins will improve from FY27 because the new orders consist of the higher margin projects. Lastly, on the strategy shift, SPML 2.0, I would say they're focusing on quality and not volume. They're avoiding complex and low margin projects and also guiding minimum 25% of growth in revenues and margins.
Varsha, thanks for setting that up. And guys, just a brief before we get into Abhinandan Sethi. One of the reasons why I was excited to talk about this company is that we hear so much about BESS systems, right? Battery energy storage systems. This company's 2.5 gigawatt per hour BESS assembly line is commencing supposedly in the month of June, currently as we speak. And they are doubling that capacity in the next 1 year. So we're talking about companies.
Just 1 year?
Yeah, you're talking about companies setting up BESS capacities 2 years, 3 years out. Inka capacity abhi aa raha hai. And hence I was excited that we should get this management. Abhinandan Sethi with us on the show. Abhinandan, thanks so much for joining in. In a nutshell, actually, in a minute, Abhinandan, if you can just tell us what SPML Infra is about, what you're trying to do.
So thank you so much for having me here. So SPML Infra is a 45-year-old company. We were one of the pioneers in the water sector. We have a huge legacy in the water sector. We do everything from the river to the reservoir to the tap to the household, and from there, the household to the sewage treatment plant and to the industries. In the power sector, we have predominantly done transmission and distribution. We have done substations, and we have done distribution systems straight to the household. We are now expanding into battery energy storage systems, which we see as the future of growth.
Interesting. Okay. Abhinandan, hi. Morning. Alex here. So can you talk to us about the implications of the setting up, and is it true that 2.5 gigawatt hours of battery energy storage system is going on stream in June? What are the implications for Q2, therefore, and the rest of financial year 2027? Because the understanding is that the revenue potential is 2,500 crore from 2.5 gigawatt hours.
Thank you, Alex, for your question. So SPML Infra's plant is getting commissioned as we speak. Our machines are getting delivered to our factories by the month end. Commissioning facilities will be commissioned by about 20th of July, and we will be ready for production. This line is a 2.5 gigawatt line. It will be semi-automated. We have robots. Who will be doing the assembly for us, and this line will create a lot of revenue potential for the company. As you know, SPML has already won a 1 gigawatt order from NTPC, our marquee client, and we expect to deliver this product in this year. So from the revenue potential, we expect to deliver 1 gigawatt hour in this financial year, as well as we expect to gain some orders in the second half of the year. So from Q3, Q4, we expect to get more orders, and we want to move slowly into this field. Along with our partner, we have Energy Vault, who we have tied up with. They are a US-based company, They are giving us designs, drawings, the technical know-how. They will be making us do all the training that is required to be done so that we are fully successful in our first order, which is a 1 gigawatt order. We are very thankful that before our plant has commissioned, we have already got the order in our hands. And we hope to execute this with full determination and success.
Mr. Sethi, good morning. Tamanna here. Before we talk about what you're doing right now, I just want to dial back a little bit, because you started by talking about how this is a 45-year-old company. You're in your 2.0 phase, and you're coming back with all of these new strategies after a significant cleanup of your balance sheet, increase in your promoter stake, and executing that turnaround as well. Give us a bit of an idea of strategically where you're taking that company and what that part of the journey has been like.
Thank you for your question. So you're absolutely right. We went through some tough times in the early 2020-21. We were able to turn around the company by doing a complete debt restructuring. We were successful in negotiating a complete debt restructuring, which now only has about 380 crores that is payable. We have already paid a significant chunk in the last 2 years. Currently, the promoters have put in about 440 crores into the company to bring the company back in shape. And we expect that with all the money that we have put in, and as well as our investors, we expect that the company now has no liquidity issues. Now the company is focused on execution and building the order book. Our current order book stands at 5,300 crores. And we expect that we'll add a significant amount, about 2,500 to 3,000 crores more this year. So we can have a closing order book of about 7,000 crores by the end of this year, which will help us give a great growth. Last year, we closed our books with a healthy profit. Our profitability increased by about 54.7% year on year. And we are not revenue focused. We are profit focused. We want to be cautious. We want to be stringent in our execution capabilities. We want to deliver profitable growth for the company.
So the promoter buying which has come in, is there more on the anvil, or is this enough for now? Is there any other fundraise that you're looking at to fund your new ventures?
So we just completed a fundraise in April. We raised about 185 crores, from which the promoter family participated with about 85 crores. And there was Mr. Kedia, who also invested in this round. And there were a couple more investors who have invested for SPML. Currently, we are fully funded for our capex, and we have great working capital lines available with us. So we don't see a fundraise that is coming up soon.
Okay. Mr. Sethi, as much as you've said that you are profit focused, you've got a couple of these business lines that are coming through, right? And there's going to be backward integration that comes through in the way of battery packs that you will have. And as I understand it, a third or more of the cost of BESS comes through from the battery packs, right? So from that perspective, where will you, so you've already given us a guidance for FY26, or rather 27 more or less. You will add 2.5 gigawatt hours of capacity, as I understand it, within a year. So that's doubling your capacity in a very short time frame. What is the target for FY28 then? And what is the share of the traditional business at the end of FY28?
Thank you. So the facility that we have made is already ready for 5 gigawatt hours. What we have done is we have phased it out at phase 1 and phase 2. In the phase 1, we have bought machines for 2.5 gigawatts, and we expect to add another 2.5 gigawatts in the same facility, which is already made, by buying the machines. Which we expect, once we have a better order book and we are running at a good capacity, we will then be expanding this. So we expect that to happen in 1 year. You are aware that India requires 236 gigawatt hours by 2032, whereas our installed capacity currently is about 7 or 8 gigawatt hours. Therefore, there is a huge opportunity in this sector, which is going to be taken place. And that allows us to expand very quickly. And the fact that we have a great tie-up with Energy Ward, who would be guiding us,
Agreed.
that would be helping us to ensure everything goes
Agreed.
on track.
Agreed. Abhinandan, sorry, slightly short on time, but I don't know, just wanted some numbers there. You mentioned that you would do the 1 gigawatt supply in FY27 itself, which is about 1,100 crores, if I'm not wrong. So what does your FY27 revenue become?
So we are looking. So the entire project is 1,128 crores. The supply portion would be about 600 crores.
Okay.
We are looking to close the company's order book at above company's revenue at about 25% growth from last year. And if all goes well, we could do better than that because we are fully funded. We have the working capital in space.
Okay.
We are just calibrating ourselves with the fund availability of the government so that we are not fully exposed on the working capital side.
Got it. And Alex asked you about FY28. Sorry, I didn't get the number there. You in your con calls, I think you said 20-25% growth for FY27-28. Would it be that, or could you do better than that?
So we maintain the 25% growth numbers.
Okay.
But looking at the abilities and the orders that we have, there is a higher chances that we can better that. But as I said, we want to be cautious. We don't want to be overexposed on the working capital cycle. We will expect the payments to come in on quarter basis, and accordingly we can execute. The good part is that we have the working capital lines. So therefore, we don't foresee a problem from our side. It's just that the government payments needs to come in on time.
Okay, we wish you all the best for that and more, Abhinandan. Thank you so much for taking the time out, and good luck with the business.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Well, SPML Infra not wanting to overcome it, 25% growth. Let's see what they do. We need to slip into a very quick break though, on the note that the markets are okay save for IT, but one company which gave out a 4 or a 5 year outlook, if you will, is ACUS, and the management, Mr. Arvind Meligiri, Chairman and CEO of ACUS, will be in our studios to talk about that roadmap. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबर शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबर शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Ayush, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage.
All right, we're talking to Aegis Aerospace. The MD is in our studios. And the company in focus as well, because they've talked about their next 5-year plan. Arvind Meligri is with us. But before we start that conversation, Parth Goel from our team is just setting us up for it and some of the key points of what your company is all about. Parth, take it away.
Thank you. Aegis is about...
we're going to start with Parth.
Yeah, so Aegis is a very interesting company. They have grown their revenues from 965 crore in FY24 to almost 1240 crores in FY26. But however, during the same period, their EBITDA margins have halved from 13% to just 7%. Also, their losses have jumped from 14 crore to 113 crore in FY26. So the top line is growing, but the bottom line is where we are seeing pressure right now. But despite this, the management has shared a very optimistic plan for 2031. They are targeting a revenue growth of 4 to 6 times by FY31, and because they have two segments, in the aerospace segment they are targeting a revenue growth of 4 to 5%, and in the consumer electronics segment they are targeting a sales growth of 10 to 15 times. So clearly the consumer electronics segment is what they're expecting to become the second growth engine for the company. Also, they're expecting EBITDA margins to be in the 18 to 22% range and ROCE to be around 20%, which was just 2% in FY26. Now, to achieve this, they will require a significant capex of $350 to $450 million, which might trigger a fundraise in FY28. Hence, very ambitious plans have been laid out. Let's see if the company is able to execute this in the coming years.
Thank you for that setup. Arvind Meligri there, all the way down from Houston.
Yes, in a sense, but I spend more than half the time here in India.
And in Belgavi, where your
Belgavi,
facility is. Thank you so much for coming in. So much interest in your company. I wanted to start talking about this Vision 2031. And of course, it's every company wants to set that long-term vision. How much of it is achievable in your view when you're talking about things like a 4x to 6x revenue growth, an EBITDA margin target of 18 to 22%? You're at 7% right now. How is this going to happen?
Yeah, actually, if you look at it, it's for us. It's this is a ground-up targets from our team. Aegis is actually two verticals, right? So one is aerospace, which is matured, performing vertical, and consumer is one which is upcoming vertical, especially consumer electronics piece. If you double-click on the headline number, basically, aerospace is the mature business, which is already delivering 18-20% EBITDA as a business, and ROC is of 20% level. So we are just scaling that business. We are the largest, aerospace component manufacturer in India. We are most vertically integrated in the country. So our special economic zone in Belgavi, which predominantly focus on aerostructures today, it produces 5,000 part numbers, SKUs on any given time.
So this push is coming largely from the aerospace part of the business?
Base is coming from aerospace. The consumer is growing 10 to 18x from where we are. Today is only about 20% of our business.
What is the current revenue contribution split between the two businesses?
80-20.
80-20.
So 20% is going to grow significantly higher because of a much smaller base. As a percentage, it might look that way, but overall, we see that is contributing a big growth there. But aerospace is continue to grow because we are a huge tailwinds in aerospace market. Just from the aerostructures itself, deliveries are going to double. 40,000 aircraft are going to be doubled over the next 20 years. So India is going to be a big customer of aerospace, aviation. And we are only 2% of the global supply chain today. India is focused on driving this higher. And OEMs are very much, their economics exist in coming here to India. So that is the reason why the tailwind exists. Apart from aerostructures, what we are very matured and very scaling and fully vertically integrated all the way from the forging, the machining, the surface treatment, the assemblies, we do everything in one location. It's unique in the world. There is no one place like this exists in the world from that perspective. And on top of that, we have 100% in-country value-add products. Means raw material to finished product is done out of country. Like example, wheels, aircraft wheels. We do 10% of the aircraft wheels out of this location. So that basically goes all the way from aluminum to fully finished wheels out of this location. So that is the beauty. As a country, we have ability to do it. This was like only 20% back in 2008 when I started. So it has been a journey. So we had to put a roadmap of 30, 40 years to build this ecosystem. We are halfway through in a sense from that way. So now we are going to replicate this on the aero engine side, which is a much higher value-added product.
Okay.
You know, so that's another element of aerospace which growth is coming from.
Okay. I do want to ask about those numbers though. You're talking about 1,230 crore top line right now, and you're saying that will be 4x or 5x by 2031. What is the trajectory going to be like though? Because if you imagine that you will culminate at 5,000 plus crore top line in 2031, is it going to be in fits and starts, or are you going to see a consistent
growth?
It's
very consistent. There is no fits and starts.
So how will it work?
Especially on aerospace side, it's consistent. It's like a flywheel effect. Once you start, momentum has built up. Just to give you an example, we added 400 new SKUs in last quarter. Okay, and that is the what?
Wow.
So that is the capacity we have built, momentum we have built. You imagine. So we keep adding, that momentum increases.
That's aerospace
plus,
just
aerospace.
Oh, just aerospace.
Okay. And consumer is very unique from that perspective. Just couple products in consumer gives me same level of revenue what I'm doing in aerospace.
What are you making in consumer?
We make we work with one of the largest consumer electronics company in the world. We make mechanical enclosures for this customer. It's all precision manufacturing. You know, we derive this capability from our aerospace background and manufacture for the consumer side of it. High precision, high cosmetic, high volume. So what my 5,000 SKUs, you know, produce revenue-wise, just two SKUs in consumer can produce that revenue.
Oh, really? So would you
that is
therefore
how.
want to pivot more towards consumer? No, not really.
There's nothing. Look, this is all driven by what can we absorb organically and what customer is willing to do.
Sure.
That's what it drives. You know, our ability to deploy capital is not the reason.
Okay. Just in terms of what is it that companies like you can do for Airbus, Boeing, Safran, etc. There is an aerospace corridor literally built out in India right now, you and a few other companies in that region. My question is there possibility of heightened competition, or have you crossed particular evaluation benchmarks which give you a moat for the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it,
how does it work?
There are many, I mean, customers are not interested in adding more suppliers, as simple as that, because they want to make sure scale existing suppliers. We are only partner of Airbus in India, something called D2P partner, detail parts partner. Okay. So anything which they want to detail parts, we are there on the bid list.
In India?
Out of India.
And
we compete globally.
Okay.
There are about 18 suppliers globally.
Okay.
So we are there. So that gives us a leg in taking this work in. And our ability to absorb, I'll give you a simple example. A customer, we won about $15 million package last year. This customer consolidated 14 suppliers in West and took away his internal capacity, transition to us. So all those capability, cost savings then on top of it, you know. So ability to absorb such a large package and make it happen is unique for us.
I'm wondering though, where are the losses coming from? So all of this is incredible, and the story that you're describing is incredible. You're talking about a top line growth. You're saying that EBITDA in your primary business is already mature. The consumer electricals is what you're building out. Why is there 100+ crore loss?
Consumer electronics.
You're building that out. When does that turn around though?
So we have communicated 27 Q4 is going to be a EBITDA break even for consumer business. So look, we have invested more than 800 crore, 600 crore in consumer side over last 24 months to build this capability. Unique again, nobody else has this in the country from that perspective. And that is going to be, our utilization is only 20%. All the assets are sitting on the, for me, this is a long game. You know, you have to be there. We have to be there with me. We are the largest shareholders. You know, I'm committing. I know what it takes to do this.
Yeah.
Be part of me. To be there.
Yeah, there's some skin in the game. No, so just the capex on the consumer product side, are the corresponding order books visible now?
Absolutely. Otherwise, we would never put it. It's all ability to deliver, capacity is there, customer is, they really want it.
What is the order book scale up on the consumer side looking like?
Our $100 million is our capacity today.
No, so that's the capacity. On the other side?
No. This is how the order book looks like. Capacity is the order book in consumer business because you put capacity what the order book
No,
looks
but you
like.
said you were operating at 20%,
Yeah,
right?
because we are yet to scale this business.
It's not for lack of orders.
It's
I
not
think
lack
that's what
of order.
Tamanna is trying
Yeah,
to
it's
ask.
not for lack of order. When
Okay.
in aerospace
We didn't-
side,
we didn't understand
sorry,
that.
it's
Sorry.
not for lack of order at all. I have ability to produce, means I can scale this as soon as we get the right level of utilization, we'll get our.
What are the number of customers? Is there a customer concentration on the aerospace on the consumer side?
Look, for our strategy is very simple. We enter with one customer, prove it out, then we go to other customers. In aerospace, over 15 years, Airbus, we started with 23 part numbers. Today, we do more than like a couple thousand part numbers with them. Okay, just to give you example, that journey evolved over 15 years. And so that's what it comes down to. And so similarly, we have in consumer toys we make. Is Metal your strategic customer? Consumer durables we have. Tramontina is our JV partner.
I still don't understand क्या आप बनाते क्या हैं? What do you make for consumer?
Consumer we make we have consumer toys, which is we make toys for Fisher Price and various brands. And consumer durables we make cookware.
Okay.
Tri-ply cookware and aluminum tri-ply cookwares, aluminum cookwares, and then in consumer electronics make mechanical enclosures. So each of them have a strategic customer. We focus on them. Each of them literally, I can build this $1 billion, no problem for me.
Okay.
Wow,
That's
amazing. One question, though, Arvind, if you will.
Sure.
You mentioned about EBITDA break-even for the consumer business while the aerospace business keeps on delivering in FY27, right? Yeah. What does that do? So let's assume if I were to take the midpoint of all the guidance that you've given, let's say you do 5x, not 4x, not 6x in FY31. Let's say you do not 18, not 22, but 20% EBITDA margins in FY31, which is consolidated, right? You do maybe about 6,000 crores of revenues, about 1,300 crores of EBITDA, 22% EBITDA margin. What does your bottom line become? As the market will care about the bottom line.
So look, our targeted bottom line is 10%.
10%?
PAT.
10% PAT.
We already do for aerospace.
Okay.
So
by FY31, you believe you can reach 10% PAT margin?
At least the mature business. Look, we're investing heavily into coming into the engine side. Maturity will be a little longer because those investments are going to start 29, 28.
Which is I'm asking, FY31, you can reach 10% consol PAT margins?
On the mature businesses, we'll get to 10%.
Mature businesses will be 80-90% of your?
70%.
70% of your revenue. Okay.
No?
What are the headwinds you see for FY31 plan? Because as you game plan this, of course, you look at all of the opportunity. You must also look at, what could go wrong and what are the sort of headwinds that you have to look out for. What are those in your view?
Aerospace is very geopolitical. We feel very, we don't control a bunch of things.
Yeah.
But we have always maneuvered around how to fix it, how to get over on it.
The recent events, have they impacted?
It increased our working capital. It took additional 4 weeks to bring the material in. It took another 5 days to air ship because all our finished goods go by air. So all this have to be factored in, but there could be larger conflict. We see sometimes. And it's all aerospace is very political.
True.
That is true.
So it's those are the things which I don't control, but we need to manage the business. Ultimately, it's my job.
Yeah. And listing out those risk factors is a very honest way to look at the entire picture. Arvind, we've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you once again for coming in, spending the time to explain to us and our viewers what your company does and what the outlook is.
Pleasure to be here.
All right.
Thank you.
So that's pretty much all the time we have. We've run out of time on the show, but thank you so much for watching. All of the action will continue on the other side, and we'll be right back after this very short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, No hype, just sharp take. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest.
Welcome, you're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachajani, and with me is Soumit Sarkar, and this is a show that gets all your stock related queries answered. For viewers tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. While you send us all your stock related questions, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty is below the 24,000 levels and down by about 0.8%. Almost nearing its day's low point is what we're seeing. Almost a 200 points of a downtick is what we're seeing, largely dragged by a lot of IT names. Let's try to pull up the heat map and see as to what kind of losses are we seeing in the IT names. You have Infosys, which is down 7%, Tata Consultancy Services down 5%, Tech Mahindra down 4%, HCL Tech, Wipro, all your IT names down by about 4 to 7% each, and this is on the back of Accenture cutting its guidance. But on the flip side, in fact, even some banking names continue to be under pressure. You have HDFC Bank, which is down by about 2%. Tata Motors and Tata Steel also continue to be under pressure. But on the flip flip side, you have at least one name that's doing fairly well, that is Bharti Airtel, followed by NTPC, which is also doing fairly well. Apollo Hospitals, Adani Enterprises are some of the other names that are also doing well in trade today. Let's try to pull up the Bank Nifty. Bank Nifty is also down by about 0.7%. 57,500 levels is what we're tracking on the Bank Nifty. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what action we are seeing there. Of course, we talked about IT down by about 5.5%, but you also have Realty, which is back in the red today, down by about almost 1%. Auto down by about 0.7%, and you have Media as well as Defense plus Pharma doing fairly well and at least standing by in the green. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well. The mid cap 150 is down by about 0.2%. It's in the red, but at least slightly doing better as compared to where the benchmarks go. But the small cap 250 is holding up in the green and is up by about 0.3%. Quickly, the BSE 500 also to see as to what are the names that are buzzing. You have Berger Paints topping that chart, up 8%. SW Solar up 8% as well. New India Assurance also doing fairly well, but on your flip side, you have almost all IT names in the red. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let me get in our guest for the day who will answer all your stock-related questions. We're joined by Sameer Dalal of Natwalal and Sons Stock Brokers and Saumil Mehta, who is the head alternate research at Mirae Asset. Sher Khan joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll start by taking the first question, which is from Gaurav, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Anantaraj. He's saying that what could be the good price to enter into this counter from a short-term perspective. Saumil, a very good morning to you. Your view on Anantaraj?
The overall Anantaraj is positive. I'll be expecting this stock to go down till at least 475. That will be a good time to nibble into the stock. This is in a range between 400 and 600, broad range. So view bullish in the long term, medium term. However, buy on decline should be the strategy.
Right, moving on to an NDTV Profit exclusive now. Sources tell our channel that after the reappointment of K.K. Mistry as the interim chairman for a period of 90 days, HDFC Bank is likely to recommend the permanent chairman name soon. Piyush is joining us with more details on the same.
Yeah, that is right. According to sources, the bank will not wait for the 90 days to actually appoint chairman, permanent chairman, and is moving very fast. And we can hear the bank applying to the RBI for a permanent chairman within the next 10 to 14 days. According to sources, the bank has been meeting with potential candidates and has likely zoomed in on a couple of them. The bank, as we are aware, the bank is yet to appoint the CEO as well. The CEO reappointment is yet to happen, and that is because the legal review on the allegations laid by former chairman Mr. Atanu Chakraborty is pending. So that when the new permanent chairman comes in, he is expected to take both of these matters into stock and give a call, review the legal findings that are there on the ex-chairman's allegation, and subsequently approve or consider reappointing the current CEO, Mr. Sachidhar Jagdishan. His term ends in October this year. And as we are aware, yesterday the RBI had approved another 90-day extension for the interim chairman, Mr. K.K. Mistry. He is supposed to be, he has gotten approval till around September 18 this year. But however, the bank will fast pace that, and we are also, according to sources, Mr. Mistry is not so keen on continuing as a permanent chairman. So the bank is actually moving fast in terms of appointment of a new permanent chairman. Back to you.
All right, Piyush, thank you so much, for bringing us that story. In fact, viewers, we'll keep updating you with regards to this story as and when it progresses. But let's, get back to the questions that you have for us on the show. The next one that we have is coming in from Mahesh, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh. And this is particularly on a very small name. He's asking about Sai Silks, that's also known as Kalamandir. He's got 100 odd shares at an average price of 165 and wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or not. Saumil, any view on this one?
See, in the medium term and long term, the trend is down. So I would not recommend to hold on to the stock. But in the very short term, yes, there is a spike, and I think 102 should be a very, very strict stop loss for the stock. And my target should be around 122, 123 max.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on Zentek, and this is from Ankit, who's writing us from Mumbai. He's bought 200 shares, I think, at the levels of 1,800 rupees, and from a long-term perspective, wants to know whether he can add more or not. Samir, a very good morning to you. Your view on Zentek?
Hi, good morning, Mahima, and thank you for having invited me on the show. No view on Zentek, so sorry.
No worries. Saumil, your view on the charts for Zentek?
Absolutely positive. Been recommending this stock for a little while now. It's broken out of a triangle pattern, trading about 200 daily moving average. We got a breakout in the month of April, April this year. High top, high bottom formation on the monthly, weekly charts. I'll be expecting a target of 2,270. That is my first target, and the next target would be 2,500.
Right, moving on to our next and the first caller query coming in from Chandigarh. Christopher, you can go ahead and ask a query.
Yeah, good morning. I have got 700 shares of Vatek Vabag bought at 1539. Now I'm looking for a long-term view on this stock, as I feel the company is a good pick and shovel candidate for the data centers boom in India. And I also feel that the water is like the next oil.
Okay, and you mentioned you want a long-term view on this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Samir, any view on Vatek Vabag?
Yes, absolutely. So to first counter water is the new oil, I think water is more important than oil, to be very frank. If anything in Mumbai is to go by, you will know about it. I mean, we are finding serious shortages of water here. Having said that, Vatek Vabag is not a play per se on data centers. I would not categorize it as that. This is a play on the fact that globally, you will need a lot of desalination plants. You will need more as urbanization happens, sewage treatment plants, and all of these things. So what we think is Vatek Vabag's orders and execution will keep increasing year on year. However, having said that, even though we're very positive on the business prospects of the company, since the recent run-up, the stock's valuations have moved up quite a bit. I'll not say it's super expensive, but it's fairly valued. So it's going to be a market performer for me. So for me, it would be a buy on corrections closer to say 1560, 1600. I wouldn't go out and buy it at 1800. My 2-year price target for this is 2300 rupees.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Vatek Vabag. But with that, time to step into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more queries on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT,
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah.
Welcome back to Ask Profit. Let's start taking your queries. The next one that we have is from Prashant, who's writing us from Bengaluru, and this is a question for you, Samir. He's asking, between JSW Energy and NTPC, which one is a better bet from a 2-year perspective? He's already holding Tata Power in his portfolio. What would you recommend?
So between these two, I would pick JSW Energy. I think the kind of expansion that they're doing in the green energy space, I think is quite excellent. I think over a period of time, what you'll see is the operating leverages, the profitability. They're doing a huge capex. No doubt, so is NTPC through its subsidiary, NTPC Green. But if I had to take a bet, I would take it more towards the private sector company over the PSU, because NTPC has the parent company that is has fixed ROEs kind of in nature, so the profitability is not going to increase. It's going to increase based on the capex, whereas JSW Energy's profits can go up irrespective of what is happening, and I think that is a better bet to play over a longer term.
Query is coming in from Gargi from Ayodhya, and it's on TCS. She has 152 shares bought at a price of 2,392. She wants to know whether should she average around the current levels of around 2,000, 2,100 or continue to hold this. Saumil, any view on this?
The IT sector has been bleeding for a little while now, struggling below all the averages. So I would suggest to stay away from the sector for now till the time we don't see any reversal or a basing out pattern. But in the very, very short term, I think the next support is 2,000. My view is negative. The next support on the downside is 2,000, and the next support would be probably around 1930. So these are the two supports. My view is negative.
Okay, all right. That brings us to now the rapid fire round for Ask Profit, and this is the first round, of course. Samir and Saumil, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on Vari Energy. Uma from Bengaluru is bought it in May 26. She wants your view on this, Samir, whether she can continue to hold this or not.
Hold on. It'll give good returns.
Ashish from Bangalore is holding few shares of Edelweiss Financial. Saumil, should he continue to hold?
Hold, yes.
The next one is on IRCTC. Soba from Bengaluru bought 40 shares at levels of 774. Continue to hold, Saumil. What are the charts indicating?
I would not hold at this point of time, maybe after a breakout on the upside.
Satish is holding few shares of Kirloskar Ferrous Industries bought at a price of he wants to know whether should he buy more at a price of current market price of 499. Any view on this, Samir?
No, sorry, there is no view.
Okay, the next one is on Max Health. From a 2 to 3 year perspective, Arun from Kolkata wants to know if this is the right time to buy. Samir?
Absolutely. I think you can keep adding on to all your hospital sector. I think that's going to be a growth story. For me, Apollo is the top pick.
Okay, the next query is on Vari Energies and Premier Energies for Saumil. Uttej from Hyderabad wants to know whether should he continue to hold both these counters?
Absolutely. Buy both the stocks, view positive.
Okay, the next one is on Paras Defense. Abhisaji from Kolkata has bought it at the levels of 380. He wants to know from a 5 year perspective if it's a good hold or not. Samir, your view?
Since his purchase price is as low as it is, I think he can hold, but valuations are right now very high. 5 years is a long time, so it will get upside, but expect it to correct or consolidate before it goes up more.
Samir, the next query is for you. It's on Wipro. KVS Rao from Andhra Pradesh is holding 500 shares bought at a price of 200. Should he continue to hold or exit? Samir?
I think now the time to hold IT is definitely there, so hold on.
Okay, the next one is on Narayana Hrudalaya, and this is from Kanan from Kerala. She's holding at a price of 1840. From a 6 months view, Saumil, continue to hold?
Hold, yes.
The next query is for you, Saumil. It's on JK Tires. Kiran from Hyderabad is holding 268 shares, bought at a price of 606. Should she add more or continue to hold?
I think continue to hold. You can add more as well. It's a good stock to be in. It's a winning bet.
Okay, the next one is on BEL. Soumya from Bengaluru is holding 300 shares, bought at levels of 438. What should her next course of action be, Saumil?
Buy definitely in the short term as well. There's a breakout, so buy for medium term, short term, and long term, all 3 time frames.
Samir, the next query is for you. It's on LIC. Shankar from Delhi wants to know whether should he continue to hold LIC at current levels.
Absolutely, please hold on.
Okay, the next one is on 2 stocks that have seen significant momentum: Sterlite Tech and HFCL. Any of these that still are looking attractive on the chart, Saumil?
HFCL still looking good, but I would not buy fresh.
Saumil, the next query is for you. It's on Salasa Techno. Govind from Kerala is holding few shares of Salasa Techno. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter. Any targets here?
See, I would not hold for long term. In the very short term, I have a short term target of 7 rupees, 7.8 paisa, but not more than that.
Okay, the next one is on Pidilite. Lalita from Bengaluru is holding at the levels of 1480. Continue to hold this from a long-term perspective, Samir?
Absolutely. Hold on from the longer term perspective.
The next query is for you, Saumil. It's on Nephro Plus Care. Sri Lakshmi wants to know whether should she buy this counter for the next 3 months. A positional trade, is it there?
Nephro. Just give me a second. Let me pull up the chart. Nephrocare, yes.
Nephrocare, yeah.
Positive on the stock, hold on.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Saumil and Samir, do stay with us. It's time to step into a very, very short break. But viewers, we'll be taking more queries definitely on the other side of the break. So do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade. spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate confidence.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, and on this side of the show, we're also joined by Devin Mehta, Manager Tech and Derivative Analyst at IDBI Capital, joining us now. Devin, a very good morning to you. I think we've got a caller waiting by. Rajneesh is calling us. Rajneesh, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question. Hi, Rajneesh. Can you hear me? Okay. I think we seem to have lost him, but I think his question.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. I bought a share of Lakshmi Organic at 489 rupees 2 years back.
Okay.
And I have a 93 shares of Lakshmi Organic. Now I'm on huge loss. Currently share price is trending 183, I think. So should I wait or sell out this?
Okay, got your question. Rajneesh, I'll take this up with Devin. Devin, what would you recommend on Lakshmi Organic?
I think one should hold with a stop loss of 148. If it closes below 148, then one should try to exit. On the higher side, there is multiple resistance around 165 to 175. If it crosses and holds above 175, then only we can see some further up move in this counter towards 215 levels. But overall, currently the structure is sideways in a range of 165. On the lower side, 146 is the strong support. So I think hold with a stop loss of 146.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have, I think, is on Renuka Sugar. I think Venkat is waiting by from Bengaluru calling us. Venkat, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Good morning, everyone. So I am holding Renuka Sugars, almost 1,200 shares at 40 rupees. It's from 2.5 years actually.
Okay.
I was thinking around 3 years. It's going to be near. I am in loss of around 40%. Should I still hold or sell or average?
Okay, got your
Based on
question.
this ethanol theme, whatever now again coming back.
Yeah, got your question, Venkat. I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, your overall view, not just Sri Renuka, right? Because there's a lot of uncertainty and volatility around these sugar names. What would you recommend if somebody has been holding it for so long?
Mahima, you put the question so aptly. There's so much uncertainty and volatility, right? So there are three things playing out simultaneously. One is the ethanol blending in petrol, which everyone knows. I'm sure all the companies are benefiting from that. The other side, what you have is that if the monsoon gets delayed this year and the crop production is not so good, then what does it do for some of these sugar companies who will not be able to produce the higher volumes? And also it will lead, it will lead to them using lower utilization rates, lower recoveries, which is bad for the sugar company. But in a way, it'll also work out positively because then if there's a short supply of sugar, the prices move up and what they have will make profit. So it's a very difficult one at this point of time to call. So if you want to be invested in sugar, for me, the right way to go about it is something like a Balrampur Chini, because they're not only sugar, but they're diversifying into certain chemicals also, which are a replacement demand for abroad. If the rains are good and the crop production is good, Balrampur with the largest capacity will be able to produce the highest sugar and ethanol, which will stand to benefit. So for me, I would say sell your Renuka and buy Balrampur Chini.
Okay, the next query is for you, Samir. It's from Padma from Bangalore. Wants to know where, among Tata Motors, CV or Ashok Leyland, which is a better bet?
So for me, I prefer larger players with larger market share. I'm not denying the fact that Ashok Leyland is capturing more market and growing its share. But Tata Motors is still the largest player with a huge fleet, with new models coming in. So for me, Tata Motors CV, yes, both valuations are a bit rich, but for me, Tata Motors CV is a better bet at this point of time.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Shalby Hospital. Our viewer Satyan has bought it at the levels of 230 and he wants a fundamental view on this one. Samir, any view?
Sorry, this is one hospital we don't cover.
No worries. Then Devin, anything on the charts? He's asking if there is any chance of hitting 200 on this one this quarter itself. What are you seeing on the charts?
I think it is stuck in a range. On the higher side, there is a resistance around 180. On the lower side, it has a support around 162, 163 levels. So I think one should hold with a trailing stop loss of 163. If it moves and closes above 180, then we can see some further up move towards 205 levels.
The next query is coming in from Murli from Hyderabad. It's on Sterling, Wilson and Sura. He wants to know whether is it a right price to buy this counter for the next 3 years. Samir, any view?
Yes, I'm sure Mahima knows I have a view because she's been on this show quite a bit. So I am very, very positive on the long-term prospects of this company. We have done some trades today, so I don't want to. I ideally should not be, but I'll tell you this: from a 3-year perspective, I see this stock as a multi-bagger, and it's one of our top picks in this space at this point.
All right, okay. So that's the first view coming in on Sterling and Wilson. The next one that we have, I think Vedant is calling us from Mumbai. Vedant, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Good morning, sir. I purchased CMPDI shares for 380 quantity at price of 259. What is the short-term review for it?
Okay, I'm not sure if there would be enough data on the charts to give a short-term view, but I'll try. Devin, any view on this one?
No, I think the data is very much limited. I can't comment on it.
Yeah, Samir, by any chance, any view on this one?
No coverage again, sorry.
All right, okay. So that's the question on Central Mining and Planning Design Institute. But we'll try to take your question some other time, Raj, for sure. The next one that we have is on Embassy Developer. Our viewer is saying that a few months back, Samir, you were bullish on this one. Whether you continue to be bullish on this one or not, and what should he do going forward? Your view on this, Samir?
Yes, I continue to be very bullish on this counter as well. Look, the stock has gone through a massive correction. I think from the highs of 140, 50 levels, it first corrected to 100. Then you had the news flow that came in that Canara Bank has filed a liquidation against the company because they were a backstop for India Bulls. Housing was a backstop which merged into Embassy, which was a backstop for certain loans given to one of the erstwhile India Bulls group, which of course split out into Ratan Group, and all of these legal issues have been on, and the stock has corrected. Since then, of course, they've got to stay on that. Once that case gets over, I think the clarity will emerge. This may take a while, but irrespective, if you look at the fundamentals of the company, they're constantly launching new projects. Their sales have been the highest in Q4 compared to ever in the history. Execution of these projects are moving forward. They just selected their the construction team for the project in Mumbai, which is the Citadel project at Worli. We think the cash flows will keep improving. The company is attractively, very, very attractively priced. I think the stock can move back to 150, 160 over the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay. The next query is on Piramal Pharma. Raj from Gurugram wants to know the long-term outlook on Piramal Pharma. Samir, any view on Piramal Pharma?
So I think we can continue to hold on to Piramal Pharma. Look, they are launching new products in the domestic market. We think the opportunity still is extremely large. For me, this is a company that's actually not super expensive. They've come out of their difficulties and they're turning around and they're doing well. So hold on to this. I think the stock can probably move back up closer towards 200 levels over the next year and a half.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on HFCL. Yet another query on this one. Venu from Hyderabad wants to know if this is a good price to buy. We talked to Saumil about this in the first half of the show. But Deven, your view on the charts on this one?
I think the stock is moving higher from last minute. It is a circuit stock where we see continuous circuit on this particular counter. So I will not recommend to buy fresh. So one should avoid this counter.
Okay. Right. The next query is on JK Lakshmi. Animesh from Kolampur has around 315 shares, bought at a price of 635. Should he hold for the next 6 months? Any view on this, Devin?
No, I think one should try to exit on bounce. The overall structure is weak for this counter.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Cupid. Suman from Hyderabad wants to know if this is the right time and rate to enter. Devin?
No, I think the stock has rallied continuously from 133 odd levels. We have seen a breakout from that levels and it has continuously moved higher. So I think one should wait, one should try to enter this counter on dips around 150, 152 levels. That will be a good timing to enter this particular counter. But as of now, wait for dips.
Okay, a caller query coming in from Tamil Nadu. Keshav, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Yes, sir. I have bought Tiles and Electronics EQ.
Okay.
Okay, 25, sir, I bought, sir.
And you can hold this counter for the long term or short term?
I have bought 25 shares at rupees. Invested of 27,471.75.
Okay. No, I'm asking whether can you hold this counter for long term?
Down from 15,018, sir.
Okay. Samir, any view on Salzar Electronics?
Yeah, valuations for this counter are not too expensive. We believe growth had slowed down, but over a period of time, I think it can come back and start doing better. At 17 times trailing earnings, there's not much risk on the downside, we feel. So hold on to the stock. I think you can see the stock doing well over the. It'll take a little longer. It'll take 2 years, but I think the stock will give returns over a 2-year period. So if you have patience, please hold on.
Okay, the next one is from Praveen, who's asking if this is the right time to buy HDFC from a long-term perspective. Samir?
Absolutely. Blind buy. Go ahead.
Okay, the next one that we have is from Narayana, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh, asking about Bharat Dynamics. He's bought 100 shares at the levels of 1420. He wants to know if he can add 100 more shares and average out at the current price. Devin, would you recommend that?
Yes, I think this is a good time to average. The overall structure has been changing and it is trying to resume its up move. So one can average at this current market price. The important support for this counter is at 1260. So one can average with a stop loss of 1260.
Yeah, all right. So that's the view coming in on Bharat Dynamics, but it's time to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be taking more questions on the other side, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news. Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. It's time for our second rapid fire round. Samir and Devin, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on transformers and rectifiers. Rajiv wants 6 months view on this one. Devin?
I think one should hold this counter with a stop loss of 310.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Lemon Tree. Jagan from Vizag is holding 6,000 shares at an average price of 114. What's the view like, Samir, on this one?
Hold on to it.
Okay, the next one is on GlaxoSmithKline Pharma. Our viewer is bought it at the levels of 2350. Sabrata Mukherjee wants to know if we can continue to hold this from a slightly long-term perspective. Samir, any view?
Absolutely. Please hold on.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Shriram Finance. Akash from Bengaluru has bought it at the buying price of 933. From a 2-year perspective, continue to hold, Samir?
Yes, and keep adding on dips.
Next query is from Rajiv. He wants to know whether is it a good time to buy Jyoti CNC. Any view on this, Samir?
Absolutely, I have a view. I would say if it comes closer to 650, please buy some more. It was a one-off loss that has hit in the last quarter, but continue to hold on.
Okay, the next one is on Ashok Leyland. The buying price is 150 rupees and 1890 shares is what our viewer has been holding. Sell or hold, Devin?
I think one should try to exit.
The next query is from Agnolo. He wants to know Bharat Dynamics. He's already holding few shares. Should he buy more to average or should he exit at current prices? Any view on this, Devin?
Can buy. We have already covered this.
Okay, Sirma SGS from a 5-year perspective. Arpan from Kolkata wants to know if this is the right time to enter. Samir?
Sorry, no view.
Okay, the next one that we have is on from Aarti, who's writing us from Bengaluru, wants a 6 months view on Electra Green Tech. Devin?
Hold discount.
Dhananjay wants to know whether after the yesterday's deal should he buy Lloyd's Engineering. Samir, any view?
Hold on to the stock, don't buy more.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Jindal Saw. Our viewer Kishore from Hyderabad wants to know if he can continue to hold. His average buying price is 177, so sitting on good profits. Devin?
Hold with the trailing stop loss of around 250.
Vidyasagar wants to know whether technically is Paradip Phosphate a good buy. Devin, any view?
No, I think one should avoid this counter.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in from Sharath from Tirupati. He's asking about Vikran Engineering from a 4-year perspective. Wants to know if he can continue to hold. He's bought it at the levels of 93 rupees. Samir, any view?
No view on this one.
Suman wants to know whether Kia Industries is a good buy at current prices. Samir?
No, I would sell it.
Okay, M&M bought at the levels of 3131. 235 shares is what Prakesh from Kerala has been holding. Short-term view on this, Devin?
Try to exit on bounce above cost.
Okay, the next one is on Timex Group. Mahadev from Hyderabad has bought 100 shares at the levels of 488. Hold or sell, Devin?
Sell, I think.
Okay.
Technically, it's...
Okay. Jai wants to know whether Aurobindo Pharma is it a good buy at current levels. Devin, any view?
Aurobindo Pharma, I think one should wait for dips in this particular one.
Okay, Hindustan Copper from a 6 months perspective, continue to hold. Shankar from Dubai has bought 70 shares at the levels of 553. Devin?
Wait for dips. I think this can correct more.
Dave wants to know whether should he continue to hold Maruti Suzuki for the next 3 years. Samir, any view?
Hold on to it. If it comes closer to 11,000, you could probably add.
Okay, the next one is on Transrail Lighting. Rahul Patel from Ahmedabad bought 27 shares at the levels of 614. Short-term perspective on this, Devin?
I think try to exit on bounce. The overall structure is weak.
Rishabh is holding on to few shares of Wellspan Living. Should he continue to hold this? Devin, any view technically here?
Yes, hold with the trailing stop loss on this with 145 as a stop loss.
Okay, Linde India, fresh entry into this one from a long-term perspective. Any view, Samir?
No, I wouldn't enter at this price. Stock has seen much of a run-up.
All right, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round as well as Ask Profit. Sameer and Devin, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those stock-related questions. Viewers, like I said, completely out of time in this edition of Ask Profit, but do stay tuned because KYC comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. Interesting KYC show where we get you interesting companies, interesting stories, and maybe interesting alpha as well. But let's start the show and let me give you a hint. Try to guess this company, and the company has been doing really well over the last 4 to 5 years. The company's name, I'll tell you in a bit. It's a Hyderabad-based company. Recently, it's in the news for 1,500 crore QIP. I'm sure you must be guessing it by now which company I'm talking about. The stock is up 5 times in the last 5 years. That's a big up move coming in, and it's also backed by larger names. This includes Vanguard and Amansa. So, of course, Hyderabad-related hospital chains, a lot of them are listed, but the company in focus is KIMS, Krishna Institute of Medical Science Hospitals. This is the company which we are talking about. But why are we calling this company in KYC? The first and foremost reason is the QIP fundraise. That's around for 1,500 crore rupees. Where will this be used? And what's the growth and expansion plans looking like when it comes for bed expansion or even geographical expansion? And of course, we'll ask the management what's the margin and the revenue outlook looking ahead for FY27. Another important question comes to my mind is the operational parameters, and I'll explain you everything. It's not technical, I'll make it very simplified version for you. Also, another question I'll be asking the management is the international medical tourism. It's a hub. Hyderabad, Telangana, even Andhra Pradesh, it's a medical hub. So we need to understand what are the trends coming from there. And to decode that, we'll have Dr. Bhaskar Rao. He's the chairman and MD at KIMS Hospital. But let's go deep dive into the company, what it actually does. Of course, it's a multi-specialty company in the healthcare segment. It was founded by Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao. Also, importantly, it's a Hyderabad-based hospital chain. That's where they had started with a 500-bed hospital. Also, looking at the key details, the company recently did a 1,500 crore fundraise. And remember, when these fundraisers happen, there are some pain in the balance sheet also. But it's backed by Amansa Holdings and Vanguard. A lot of good coverage coming in the FIs and DIs. They operate around 26 hospitals across 7,300 beds. And of course, the exposure is there in a lot of states, especially Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. That's where the concentration is there. But now they are expanding Karnataka, Kerala, as well as Maharashtra. Apart from the beds, we look at the addition. What's the future holding like? That's around 1,300 beds addition is expected in the upcoming projects. And when we get a company in the hospital space, we also track the other operational parameters. The bed capacity, they're targeting 1,600 plus. FY26, the occupancy levels, if we talk about it, that was around 51% and the operational beds was 4,852. So there is a little bit of cyclicality as well. But let's look at the abbreviations. Whenever you are judging a hospital company, you should know its full form kya. IP is of course your inpatients. Second is outpatients, the ones who do not stay at night. That's the definition. APROB means average revenue per occupied bed. That's one operational parameter to track a hospital stock. And also ARPP, where hospital revenue is divided by the inpatient volumes coming in. But what are these numbers looking like for FY26? And it's a pretty interesting take, and this is on the screen it comes in. This is the IP volumes, OP volumes, and the two important operational parameters, and most of them are doing well. As a decent growth coming in and they're sustaining it. It's just not 1 year. Revenue share, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, that's where the overall momentum, or you could say the majority of the revenues come in, but they're trying to expand to other states as well, which we had discussed. This is the FY26 revenue breakup looking like for KIMS Hospital. Also, let's talk about, the rating parameters are what's very much important. And we'll talk about, of course, the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, and the return ratios as well. If you look at it, there is shareholding, street cred, valuation, analyst stake, which we will discuss and judge the company. Let's move on to the income statement. Largely, the income statement, this has been pretty decent. The top line growth of 25% to CAGR coming in, but a little bit of concern is definitely on the PAT numbers. Remember, company is expanding also. There's a lot of going to be a pressure in the return ratios, so wait for that. But as of now, it's a neutral rating. Balance sheet, you must be seeing a very high set of numbers. If you could just show the balance sheet now, how things have moved. And largely, we see the borrowings. That has gone up almost 2673 crore. But remember, there's a QIP issue also. So this borrowing actually comes down. So this nullifies this. So that is why I'm going to give this a neutral rating. So we spoke about income statement, we spoke about balance sheet. Let's talk about the cash flows, what's happening here. And in the cash flow segment, lumpiness is there, little bit of slight correction coming in. But look at the conversion, that is pretty strong. And that is why I have given this a strong thumbs up. Let's talk about the shareholding, what's happening. I mean to say the return ratios. After that, we'll come to shareholding. It was pretty high in the month of March, the ROC numbers, but then the pressure started coming in and now it's at the lower side of 9%. There's a lot of hospital expansion. There is, you could say, the working capital also goes up. That is why we are seeing depressed return ratio. So it's a thumbs down when it comes to the analysis of that. Shareholding, as we have spoken about, there was a QIP fundraise and other fundraisers, and because of that the dilutions is down to 34% and this is expected to come down as well. But the one good part is FIs and DIs still have almost 50% stake in the company and they haven't majorly reduced their stake. It's been decent enough, and that is why a good amount of institutional money like Vanguard and Amansa still are holding up with the hospital. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the shareholding. Street cred, if you look at it, that's from Jan lows, it's up 36%. 1 year 2026 returns, those are also doing well. Last 5 years, the stock is up 5 times when it comes to the returns. So it's pretty interesting. But let's talk about the valuations also, how things are looking like. And if you know, the stock has moved up a lot. So the valuations will be on the higher side. The 66 times the 12-month PE ratio, the forward one is coming in. Compare that with Apollo Hospitals or Narayana Hrudayalaya, that's ranging between 31 to 47 times, making it very expensive. Same story with Jupiter and Rainbow. Their valuation stands between 36 to 43 times. So I'm going to give this a thumbs down when it comes to the valuations amongst the peers. Let's talk about the outlook, what has happened here. And largely we see the buy rating is 95%. There are totally 20 analysts tracking the stock, and that is what we are seeing. But remember, the return potential, because the stock has gone up, is just 5%. So a little bit of concern is there. 12-month target price of 829 rupees. But nevertheless, analysts are bullish, so I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Now, let's talk about, of course, the KYC ratings. What happens there? The total numbers, which we have got for you, and what's the exact final result? Let's get those numbers in, and largely neutral reaction from income and balance sheet, but I really like the cash flows, and that's how the business model is. If you look at the shareholding, there is a good DIFI participation, and the valuation's a little bit expensive because of the run coming in the stock. And the analyst stake, if you talk about it, they are quite bullish. So net, let's give you the final KYC rating, and that is 4.5 out of 8. So that's a pretty interesting number. It's largely in line with what the numbers we generally give, slightly a bit below it. But nevertheless, we'll try to understand the entire picture of the company and also talk about the management as well. And we'll be joined in by Dr. Bhaskar Rao Bolineni. He's the chairman and managing director, but a very interesting tidbit about him. He started at Mahavir Cardiovascular Center, Hyderabad. Is the first, you could say, hospital with around 50 beds, and then he has performed more than 30,000 surgeries in his segment, career spanning over more than 25 years, and instrumental in formulating Rajiv Gandhi Arogya Sari scheme, and of course some revenue also comes. So interesting conversation with the management, but just after a break. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight.
Welcome back to KYC. Now we are joined in by Bhaskar Rao. He's the chairman and managing director at KIMS Hospital. Good afternoon, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. And I was just reading a little bit tidbits about you. You have done more than 30,000 surgeries in your career. That's a very interesting data point. But of course, your company is on news for that 1,500 crore, QIP being raised. So we just want to start with that. How will you use these proceeds? Where will it go?
Well, 75% of this 1,500 crores, we are going to use it for repayment of the existing debt. Debt is a little bit of a higher side, nearly 3,000 crores. And 25% we are going to use it for our corporate, for a little bit of corporate actions and the loss funding, operational cost.
Dr. Rao, your debt reduces from that 3,000 crore levels and it becomes to how much levels now?
1125 we are going to do that. Maybe it will be there around 1,800 or 1,700.
Right, so 17 to 1,800 debt would be there. That's coming out. Of course, that's going to benefit the balance sheet also. But I just want to understand, there's an expansion also at play. Most of your revenue comes from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. You combine that. But now Kerala, Maharashtra and even Karnataka, that's where the expansion is happening. Just wanted to understand, how things are moving ahead. What are the initial numbers coming from the fourth quarter and Q1 trends suggesting?
So basically, when we started this beyond our territory of Andhra and Telangana, when we moved on, we know it will be definitely, and we understood the market well, and we are very, very confident. Whatever we planned and projected and what we thought that we can able to do that, it is going on in the same pace and same numbers, maybe a little bit of positive than what we anticipated. So we are very, very confident and very comfortable also. So we are doing well.
Right. Dr. Rao, apart from this, the revenue and the margin outlooks, how things are looking like? Will it be quite stable, a double-digit growth we can expect in the coming 1 or 2 fiscal years? Or is there something more?
So usually whatever we were used to make the profits in the historically before we start expansions, it was around 25, 26. And then it is a little bit down because of the lost funding and the new projects that has come. Maybe after 3 to 4 quarters, again we will able to come back to the our original things. Maybe 4 to 6 quarters, because initially the lost funding and EMI is always there. To reach to that figure of what we are historically were doing, we are very confident that we will be able to reach that figure, but it will take about 4 to 5 quarters from now.
So historical numbers or the average numbers your company comes back, it's going to take at least 4 to 6 quarters. That's a very interesting take and a pretty honest way to talk about it. The stock, however, is on the other side doing really well in trade as well over the last, you could say, March, June, and good returns have come in. But let's talk a little bit about the operational numbers. I try to make my audience understand in the KYC segment about the APROB, which is nothing but the average revenue on bed additions. It seems like around you have a 50% or something occupancy levels looking like, but you are going after this bed additions. So could you help us understand these operational targets and what are the timelines?
So these again this 50% occupancy is because of we added new beds in the last 12 to 15 months. That will be able to take 4 to 6 quarters to ramp up. Once that reaches to 60-65% of the volume occupancy, then definitely we will reach our historical numbers. And we are pretty well. And even though the ARPOBs were a little low all these years, now we added the both Maharashtra and Karnataka and expansion in Telangana. All three are high ARPOB oriented markets when compared to Andhra and Kerala. So definitely these ARPOBs also can grow upwards. Maybe double-digit growth will come in the next 2-3 years.
That's pretty interesting. Doctor, let's try to understand the broader picture also in the market, especially on that international medical tourism. I have visited Hyderabad. I had seen a lot of international footfalls coming in, hospitals, not only your company, but other peers as well, listed, unlisted, both. So how does this international medical tourism puts, Hyderabad or Telangana in focus, and what kind of benefits we are seeing from this inbound kind of numbers?
So basically, the international marketing, medical tourism will depends upon the connectivity. A direct connectivity is the one important aspect. Second important thing is they are looking for a pricing. So usually, historically, when compared to Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta and Bangalore, Hyderabad was a little low when compared to all those 4 metros. The reason is there is not much of a direct connectivity. Of late, we also started getting some patients of African countries and apart from the UAE. Maybe as far as KIMS is concerned, moving forward, now we have a presence in Bangalore and Bombay and then Thane and as well as in Kerala. Our medical tourism will definitely improve than what we have seen historically.
Okay, that's an interesting take coming in on the international medical tourism segment. But I just wanted to understand, are you looking at any kind of an acquisition of a hospital chain? Because there is a, debt has reduced, your balance sheet is strong right now. Are you looking at any local, or a smaller players in the regional players for acquisitions as well right now?
See, not at the moment. The reason is now today we have input lot of capex, even though debt has come down. Whatever is the beds that are added, we need to be able to improve their operational efficiency. So we focus entire next 3 to 4 quarters to streamline all these things to set right. Later on, if we got any opportunities, we will be able to look into that. By the time, even further debt also will come down. And we already have another 1,000 crores capex, which is already planned before in our existing hospitals in Kondapur and Rajahmundry, part of it in pests in Bangalore. So this year, the expansion project capex has been already planned, and also we need to improve the operational management efficiency because all different areas. So with all these things, we may take about 4 quarters to 5 quarters to establish. Once that has been established, and as we anticipated that we will able to reach the bottom line of our historical figures, then we will think of looking for any further expansions.
Wow. Well, that's a pretty interesting take coming in. I just wanted to understand on the hospitality segment, the multi-specialty segment, of course, I've seen there's a huge amount of services which you offer. It's quite technical for an average investor or a stakeholder or a viewer like me. But I wanted to understand what are the developing trends in this industry of yours and how is your company placed in that?
See, we are always, if you want to be on the improvement for every aspect, we need not only the debt, capex, expansions and all, we need to improve the patient quality care also, operational efficiencies, where the artificial intelligence, whether we are buying the new technology and also using this one to see the patient's digital healthcare, or how we can able to ease out the patient flow in the hospital and also at the time of discharge process. All these things we are keep on analyzing and trying to improve. We are on the forefront, and whatever is the new techniques, new technology, and the new apps that are coming, which will be useful to the patient quality care, we are on it. And that's it.
All right, that's a pretty interesting take coming in on the important trends in the industry, the expansion as well. Dr. Roy, it's always a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit, where you have given the overall views and a very honest opinion that the change will happen, but it will take time, 4 to 6 quarters. That's what you're saying. Interesting take. Thank you very much, Doctor, for taking out the time for NDTV Profit. Thank you. So that's the management of KIMS Hospital, and they have mentioned explicitly that whatever the pressure is coming in the numbers, even after the debt reduction from the QIP, the main focus comes especially after 4 to 6 quarters. But nevertheless, the stock has run up a lot, so the valuations are quite expensive. That's a food for thought. And for interesting stories like KIMS Hospital and others, keep watching KYC, and yes, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news. Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Fresh technical talks on Iran's nuclear program have been delayed as details of the interim deal are still being worked out, with both Washington and Tehran continuing to project a firm public stance. Benchmarks hover close to today's low, with Nifty trading below 24,000 level and Sensex shedding over 800 points. Most major sectors trade in the red. IT stocks tumble after Accenture cuts its FY27 growth outlook, dragging the Nifty IT index, leads sectoral losses to plunge to a 2-year low. Crude is headed for its biggest weekly drop in months as supply fears are fading and as the US-Iran peace deal dramatically reshapes the global energy landscape. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Poddar, and yes, it's a tricky day for the markets. There is selling pressure that is being seen. In fact, in the key indices, Nifty 50 fails to really hold above the 24,000 levels, which is psychologically important level, and it has been going consistently with no let up in sight. In fact, let's take a look at the constituents of Nifty 50, and a large part of the 200 odd points that is lost on Nifty 50 is coming in from two spaces. One is the IT space, which has been dragged down after the Accenture's lowering of guidance, and on the other hand, HDFC Bank. So these two pockets have really summing up for the 200 points loss. And on the gaining side, there are only minor gains that are really coming in from Bharti Airtel, ICICI Bank and a few others. Sectorally also, IT sector is the biggest drag in the trading session today, and not much movement when it comes to rest of the other sectors in terms of big movement. But yes, only a handful of sectors in the green there. So that's really a worry. Bhavin Shah, the founder and CIO of Samiksha Capital, joins in now. Bhavin, good to have you on NDTV Profit. And what do you make of the drag on the IT that we are really seeing today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough place, the IT services, the large cap, and I think obviously Accenture guidance, spooked the investors again. There was a bit of a recovery in the sector, but I don't think there was, it had any strong foundation. The concerns around the revenue growth or lack thereof, will persist. And I think we are looking at, at least, a couple of years of no revenue growth, maybe even a decline is possible. At least in the dollar terms, currency may help a bit in the rupee terms, but yeah. So that's what we are looking at, and I think I keep kind of going back to a long-term trend of IT services. The growth rates for the large IT services companies are already fallen to low to mid single digit, I would say, before COVID. There was a bump up during COVID, but I think then you go back to the trend rate. So even without the this whole AI led impact, we were anyway going for slower and slower growth rates, and now we have a disruption that is bringing it down. So I think that's where it is. When there is no growth in the sector, the stock prices will react sharply to any such news on revenue guidance.
That's right, Bhavin. So quite a bearish kind of tinge is there to your outlook. At these current levels also, you don't think they are worth of really picking up for a short-term play of maybe 1 or 2 years?
No, I mean, you have good, one of the things I look at is free cash flow yield, and it is pretty good. It is probably, approaching that COVID level, the late March 20, somewhere thereabouts. But then what about growth? So, if there is no growth, what returns you're going to make, it's going to be very low returns, if any. And so that's why, it is, it's a base to avoid the space.
Right. Another important, story for the day, Bhavin, and of course, not much stock movement so far, but of course, Reliance AGM, and that has an impact on the overall telecom sector for sure. How do you see the Jio's IPO really coming in and the impact on Bharti Airtel as well as Vodafone Idea, and how the sector is really shaping up?
Don't look at that sector that closely, to be honest. But I think, the value, the consolidation in the sector has been a very, a big positive. You've seen steady increases in ARPUs and so on. So yeah.
Right. So let's talk about the overall market momentum today, Bhavin. Today, market pressure, what do you make of it? And what should be the trend and the strategy for the near term in this uncertain environment? Even though there is a peace deal, there is no formal signing today. There is one sign that is done. There will be more talks on technicalities. What does one make of this and play the markets and strategize in the near term?
So I go back to, I would say, mid-March. That's when we actually told our investors it's a good time to put money into equities. Because, and with every week that passes and this drama continues, you get good news, then you get not so good news. But what I think is very clear to me is that neither side wants to continue this war. They don't have the, there is constraint with variety of reasons. The war is not going to start again. So while you have a delay in signing a peace deal, maybe market is reacting to that. I don't know. Maybe reacting to the fact that we had a bit of a rally recently. But I think in general, I would say that the war is largely behind us, and I think we can look at other factors that should affect the earnings. I think we had very strong earnings in the December and March quarter. I think underlying demand trends were pretty positive. and with the crude coming off so sharply, which I think is a very important factor for India, and the way the government has handled and cushioned the impact on the overall economy of that, I think we are in a good shape. Obviously, we have issue of weak monsoon, but that is one factor at play as well.
Yes.
But on the whole, I think I would say we are looking at a pretty positive direction in the economy.
All right. So overall looking positive. War will not restart. So at least that certainty is there. And our own El Nino impact needs to be seen. Bhavin Shah, always a pleasure to get your expert opinion on the markets. Thank you so much for joining in. And yes, crude is strengthening a little today. But for the week, remember, there is a huge drop of 9% for the week. We'll slip into a short breather and come back for more news.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT,
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12, and let's take it straight to a company which has really got an order worth about 670 odd crore rupees from Steel Authority of India. We are talking about SEPC. It's an engineering and construction company. Venkat Ramani Jay Ganesh, who's the managing director of SEPC, who is joining us. Mr. Jay Ganesh, thank you for joining us on NDTV Profit. First of all, give us a sense on this particular order, on what is the execution time frame that we are looking at, and when will it start showing as revenue on the books of the company?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This order is in a 33 months total coverage period. So initially the order will be clocking in this year itself, because the design part has to be started immediately for this order. So the design will go for the next 16 months along with the equipment. And this is balance of plants, what we do it in the Burnpur project. So in both this one, we need to start our design side, and we expect the revenues to come at least 20 to 30% in this current year, and then in the next year, the balance amounts.
Right. And when we talk about the overall, your order book as it stands at the current moment, and how much of that really is going to be executed for this particular financial year, can you give us a sense on that, Mr. Jayaganesh?
We have a quite good, close to 6,000 crores of order book as of today with the company. And we expect, and majority we do only with the government. So what we look for is the clearances and the NOCs from different departments, what we look at it. So on an average, if you take a project base, we will be able to do around 20% to 25% in a financial year. If the clearances and everything has gone up, then it can go up to 40% increase in the overall numbers. So based on the order book, what we have right now, there are different structures what we have it. So based on the clearances and other requirements, we expect our revenues to grow around 1,500 in this coming year, in the current financial year.
All right, so 1,500 crores of revenue. FY26 had 1,086, so it will be a fair amount of uptick there. But what about the margin picture? Because despite getting the orders, the margins are the ones which are seeing some bit of pressure coming in. Can you give us a guidance on the margin, and also what are the factors and levers which are really impacting your margins?
Actually, when we look at the orders and when we agree for ourselves, we are in a position to take at a reasonable margin of double digit. But the current situations across the regional areas and the prices of the commodities related to steel, cements, and other things which has an impact over it, can pull down the number of margins over the period of time. So certain factors are in our control, certain factors are not in our control. So when we look at the orders, we look at it at a reasonable margin for us. But as and when we progress based on the different geopolitical situations and the market situations, the raw materials cost can go up also. So we try to take advantage whenever it is low, but sometimes it happens, sometimes the cost overruns.
Right. So what is the kind of margin guidance that you are going to give for this financial year, Mr. Jayaganesh, and is that going to improve over the last financial year?
Definitely, we will be improving our overall margins in the coming year. We are looking at an EBITDA and also the PBT, what we are looking at it. We are looking for a reasonable number in doing that.
Right. And when we talk about the profit figure, you clocked in 54 crore rupees in the last financial year, and it was an uptake of over 100% on a year-on-year basis. Can you give us a sense on the kind of profits also that you're aiming for this particular financial year? And given the war impact and the inflation on the ground, what could be the impact for this particular quarter's numbers?
So the overall impact for the financial will be good margin, reasonably a two-digit number, what we are looking for at that EBITDA level. Considering the other factors, what we have it within our numbers, the PAT can come down for that particular reason. It is only an adjustment entries related to what we have it from our earlier years. So that is what we are looking at. But overall, we expect when the order book and the execution level can be improved upon, the top line can go up, and marginally that will impact us with respect to our EBITDA also. So we are concentrating in ensuring that we try to achieve as much possible as in the top line. That will help us in the EBITDA and in PAT also.
Right. So just a final, idea that I wanted to get on the kind of order book and orders that are really in the pipeline. Of course, 700 odd crore rupees or 673 crore rupees from sale is a large amount of order book coming in. What's on the anvil, and where all and what all type of orders are you looking at in the near term?
We are expecting more orders from sale itself. We are expected to get our one or two more packages from the sale. And we are also looking at, and road infrastructure is doing very well. So we are looking at more orders from the road infrastructure. Water is doing well. We have been specific about certain states where we see a good amount of opportunities, and we have having a good experience of managing the businesses there. We also will be getting into the oil and gas, which is our primary business activities. We will be coming in. So we see a lot of good opportunities in the oil and gas piping side of it. So we will be poised for a different method where we will be concentrating more on the water side earlier, but now we will be spreading our businesses into different verticals within the EPC sector.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Jay Ganesh, for joining in and, of course, expanding the portfolio offering when it comes to the order book as well. And that stock has really ramped up while the management shared the details with us. So up about 2.3% in trade. But remember that the big corporate development today is also the AGM of Reliance Industries. And remember that Jio IPO timeline will be key to watch out for, and also the next phase of the CAPEX cycle. Remember in that the AI strategy as the new area of business, new energy projects which are just underway, and the future growth map will be critical to watch. Telecom as well as retail, remember, now comprise of 65% of the enterprise value from the earlier traditional oil to chemical business, which were larger, is now shrinking. But remember, retail IPO timeline has really not been mentioned, and that visibility will also be good in terms of also the war impact on the demand side for that business, and also the disruption when it comes to the war on the crude oil prices and oil to chemicals business. So all eyes would be on that Reliance AGM as well. With that, completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in, and keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Datia, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the Profit Market Pit with all the action. Good morning, Sharad. Afternoon, I would say.
It's been an interesting week. It's a tale of two halves is what I'm saying right now, because a spectacular rally that we saw in the last 4 days, if you have to look at the kind of levels we were able to achieve as well. And there you go, cut short by this brutal IT-led sell-off that has come in on the back of Accenture cutting its guidance. And that's what the entire story is today.
Exactly. Good afternoon, Hiral, and that's the story of the markets. And you expect the unexpected, the gap down coming in, but that 24,000 levels, first it was resistance, now it has become a support level. Let's look at Nifty Bank, and we thought that Nifty Bank would aid the markets, but nevertheless the fall is coming in the sentiment for the banking names as well, and that's a little bit of concern coming in. Of course, major announcements might be coming in from Reliance AGM as well. We'll be tracking that. But let's try to understand the factors for the day, what's happened. And you are right, Hiral, IT stocks have played spoil sport and they are dragging Nifty, and a significant almost 8.5% of contribution of the index comes from the IT stocks. Also, the stocks which are there under the pressure is only coming up because of weak Accenture outlook. Globally also services related stocks have taken a big tanking. Profit booking comes in Nifty Bank after a 4 to 5 days of decent rally coming in, but small caps is showing strength, Hiral. It's better placed than the benchmark indices, so that's why there is a little bit of hope, at least in the broader indices. Apart from this, the pharma, power, capital goods, they are showing good technical strength also. I checked the sectoral numbers, they are in the green. And also, if you look at the other key factors, this is the Reliance AGM. That's there today, so we'll be tracking that. And of course, there will be some action on the counter as well. US-China markets are shut, so the global trade today is quite thin as well. Smaller global skirmishes may happen over the weekend, but net, most of the rallies factored in, and we'll be looking for new triggers for the market going ahead next week.
Okay, so lots to watch out for as we speak. But let's look at the watch list. IT stocks, Accenture has trimmed guidance, and that is the story of the day. You have Camlin Fine as well, which is in focus on the WinPi open offer that has been approved. Aurobindo in focus as the US regulatory hurdle has been cleared. And you have Nykaa, which extend gains, and this is on the back of the brokerage notes that have come in, but the view is pretty much mixed right now. ONGC, the correction in crude prices is what is keeping ONGC also in focus. Berger, again a beneficiary of easing oil prices. Trent is at the highest price level in 8 months. That bounce back has been spectacular. And on the back of Sensex rebalancing, $5 million worth of inflows likely in terms of Eternal, and that's the reason why that stock is in focus. HDFC Bank, RBI has extended KK Mystery's term right now, and you have Garwari Fibers, where the stock is trading at an 8-month high. Paras Defense, strong up moves coming in there, strong volume seen in terms of Jyoti CNC as well. And you're talking about the Sterling and Wilson, which is at a 7-month high. On the back of the NSE IPO, New India Insurance and IFCI, 2 days of consecutive rallies is what you're seeing on both of these counters. And you have a Schloss Bangalore, the stock has hit an all-time high. You're seeing profit booking coming in terms of KPR Mills after a good rally. And the gold financiers continue to see a downtick on the back of a 2% fall as well in terms of gold prices in overnight trade. So that's what the watch list is looking like at 12:30 p.m. But Sharad, over to you to take the rapid fire with Rajesh Bhosle of Angel One.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Good afternoon, Rajesh. It's always a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. We'll start our rapid fire round. And the stock in focus is ONGC. The stock has been falling as, of course, the Brent crude that has come down below the $80 per barrel mark as well. More downward way coming in for ONGC, or do you think the selling has been almost completed now?
Yeah, hi, afternoon. If you remember last week as well, we discussed ONGC when the prices first time slipped below 200 DMA, and the weakness persists for this week. And in the near term, we expect the weakness to continue. Possibly 230 to 225 levels is what we are expecting in the near term. And as long as the prices don't cross beyond 255, they are likely to remain under pressure.
Right, Rajesh, what about HDFC Bank? A little bit of overhang is still there because the company needs to actually appoint their full-time chairman. There was an extension also which announcement was made. Do you think there's going to be an overhang or at least a 60 to 90 day consolidation from here? What are the chart levels suggesting?
So, from a charts perspective, if we see, yes, definitely there is profit booking. But if we see chart structure of last week, there was a bullish engulfing pattern. So, on the lower levels, we expect buying to emerge. So, possibly any dip towards 750, 760 zone would be a buying opportunity. On the higher side, if we see 800 is acting as a resistance. So, once that is crossed, we can expect further momentum. So, as of now, profit booking is there, but one can consider buying it only.
Right, Rajesh, speaking of profit booking, let's get the Paras defense in the charts. Last 1 month stock is up 70%, and next week they are meeting more than 60 funds and HNI investors. A lot of buzz in the street as well. Good time to book a little bit of profit if you're holding this counter.
So yes, definitely strong positive momentum back with volume, and there are no signs of weakness. So we'll suggest to continue to hold, but somewhere around 1520 to 1550 levels, there is a reciprocal retracement level. So somewhere around there, look to partial profit booking, and on the lower side, 1350 to 1300 seems to be a strong support for this counter.
Right. Another stock or a group of stocks, New India Assurance, IFCI, all of them have stake in NSE, and now we know that NSE has filed a DRHP, so a little bit of value unlocking will happen. But out of these two stocks, anything looking good on the charts?
Both the counters are looking good. IFCI has already rallied, whereas NICL, New India Assurance, has rallied from this week. Fresh breakout is also there, so possibly New India Assurance can move further towards 220 to 230 level. So any dip towards 190 or 188 will be a buying opportunity in New India Assurance.
Right, and of course the gold prices are volatile as well right now. Of course, from its tops, it has corrected. There is the Fed's hawkish stance also coming in. But your view on Muthoot, Manappuram or CSB Bank, more pressure or more selling can be there in these levels as well? And if yes, which counter do you think a short can be made?
If we talk about relative strength between Muthoot, Manappuram and CSB Bank, definitely Manappuram looks very strong. It has performed well, but as compared to that, Muthoot and CSB Bank, they are trading in a very tight range and are placed below short-term moving averages. So if any kind of short bets have to be created, that would be in Muthoot Finance and CSB Bank.
Right, that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks?
Thank you, Sharad, for that. You know, it's interesting to see because last couple of days you've seen a lot of your Vedanta demerged entities that were actually trending on Google. Let's see what actually comes up today. I mean, that does continue because you do have a Vedanta which is trending. You have a Hindustan Construction Company which was trending yesterday on Google Trends as well, and it makes up to the list today as well. Electra Green, HCL Infosystems and Mahindra Tech are the ones which are coming in focus today. You know, Rajesh, if you have to talk about any of these names, do you think there is a further downtick that could be expected probably on a Vedanta or even for that matter an HCL Tech, which HCC, I beg your pardon, that has been trending?
So SSC, if we see the chart structure is positive, some kind of profit booking is there, but possibly HCC any dip towards 26 can be bought into. In the near term, we expect move towards 29.5 to 30 levels. If we talk about HCL Tech, entire IT space is under pressure. It's now trading around its last month swing low, somewhere around 1085. So that is very crucial. If that is broken, then possibly HCL Tech can slip further towards 1000 levels. And on the upside, 1170 is the resistance. As long 1170 is not crossed, HCL Tech may remain sideways with a negative bias.
Sure. So that's HCL Tech. In fact, we were talking about HCL Infosystems, but nevertheless, the viewers did get a view on a HCL Tech because that sector has been in focus. But thank you, Rajesh. We'll quickly step into a short break. On the other side, we'll focus on the IT sell-off with Kunal Bajaj of Choice Institutional Equities. Please stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back to Trending Stocks on NDTV Profit. Now, IT is a sector which has been in focus, and that's one of the reasons why you're seeing this kind of a downtick in terms of overall markets as well. Little over 5% are the kind of cuts that we're seeing. And if you see in terms of the components of Nifty IT index as well, just pull up that one on the charts and you'll see the downtick that, in terms of individual companies. I mean, it starts from 2.5% on a Coforge to almost 7.5% on Infosys. Now, what does this actually mean? And this is coming in on the back of the Accenture downgrade that is coming in terms of their guidance. Kunal Bajaj, equity research analyst at Choice Institutional Equities, joins in. Kunal, good afternoon and welcome to the show. This is Hiral on this side. My question to you over here is, yes, a lot of analysts were seeing some green shoots, and it was a very divided view when you talk about Indian IT as a basket right now. There was no consensus view that anyone was able to pick up. And with what Accenture has done as well, clearly it is telling you that, okay, probably this year is not going to be for Indian IT. Is that your view as well, taking the guidance cut and the commentary into consideration?
Sure. Thanks for having me on the show. So yes, what we see that we at the start of FY27, we were expecting some green shoots and we were seeing that some client commentary is also turning positive. But what we see now that with the guidance given by HCL Tech Infosys, that was also not that promising. Now with Accenture also cutting the upper band of the guidance, we believe that the view which we have is cautiously neutral on the Indian IT space at the moment. We see that the deal bookings have been very weak. There has been prolonged deal conversion delays and as well as continued weakness and softness in the discretionary spending. So we are expecting demand recovery likely to be gradual rather than very steep in FY27. Thus, we can see some underperformance from IT companies in FY27 as well.
Right, Kunal, good afternoon. This is Sharad here. Just wanted to understand if you had to compare the mid-cap and the large-cap ITs, which would be there, of preference right now, because the mid-cap IT seems to be a little bit better placed than the large-cap ones.
Yeah. Hi, Sharad. So in my previous interviews as well, I have mentioned that we prefer the mid-cap spaces, primarily because of a couple of things. Firstly, we see that the business model of tier 1 companies is mostly discretionary led, as well as what we see that they have more exposure of legacy component works. But on the other hand, mid caps are not that heavy in terms of legacy work. So what we see that the deflationary impact due to the AI productivity is more specifically for large cap companies rather than mid cap. So we believe that mid caps are better off in this tech transition. And we have also mentioned in the past as well that any other tech transition which has happened in the past, be it cloud, let's say, be it the COVID disruption which has happened, in all of these scenarios, mid caps were the ones who were favored off, and we expect this to happen in this scenario as well. And what we see in the valuations point of view as well, valuations which mid caps used to trade at a premium, now that has also cooled off to a limit. So we expect mid caps to be the favor of the season going forward as well.
Okay, so mid-cap IT to be the flavor of the season. But Kunal, if you have to look at the valuation trough, I mean, hovering near historic trough levels in terms of IT as a sector, is there a void in terms of any triggers for even to see a little bit of an upside to come in? And if so, if you see any triggers coming in, which would your preferred picks be at current levels?
Sure. See, we don't see any immediate trigger at the moment because all the eyes would be on the commentary from Q1 FY27. So commentary would be a key trigger as to how Indian IT companies give about the commentary about the demand outlook. But we see that Accenture's demand outlook is also not that promising. So we are expecting the similar case for Indian IT companies as well. And in the last demand commentary for HCL Tech and Infosys, they have also mentioned some client concerns. So we can expect that as well. So in the immediate term, in the next 3 or 4 months, we don't see any trigger which can have a upside for the IT services companies. And also we see that any upside which we see in terms of rally might be sold off. So we are not expecting any broad-based rally going forward. And in the mid-cap spaces, if you want to see in terms of valuations, we are expecting Coforge and Persistent to be the better offs. In both in terms of performance as well as valuations, also have cooled off for them from the highs they have.
Got it. That's interesting because any rally that you could see in terms of IT could be an opportunity for investors to book profits, and that's what it may look like as well. But thank you, Kunal, for joining in. Always a pleasure to get your views as well. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The The Hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Fresh technical talks on Iran's nuclear program have been delayed as details of the interim deal are still being worked out, with both Washington and Tehran continuing to project a firm public stance. Benchmarks, meanwhile, hover close to today's low, with Nifty trading near 24,000, Sensex trading over 800 points as well. Most major sectors trade in the red. And IT stocks stumble after Accenture cut its FY27 growth outlook, dragging the Nifty IT index and in terms of leading some of those sectoral losses to plunge to a 2-year low. Crude is headed for its biggest weekly drop in months as supply fears are fading and as the US-Iran peace deal dramatically reshapes the global energy landscape. Good afternoon. You're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets right now. And when you talk about the market picture, it's actually a little bit of a tepid move really coming in. Nifty not about managing to get up from that day's low as well. And when you talk about Sensex as well, you're seeing a similar sort of move come in as well, with just about 800 points decline also coming through. But when you talk about the sectoral picture as well, that is also sharply tilted in the favor of red as well. So Nifty IT leading losses with that 5% cut really coming in. And you do have a bunch of sectors that are on the back foot, something like realty, oil and gas, PSU Bank, auto, Nifty Bank, all of those sectors holding on to a tinge of red. What's holding on a little bit resilient right now is something like a pharma or energy. And that also just about, when you talk about the small cap indices, that's where you're seeing a little bit of outperformance, if you can even call it that, with small cap indices just about holding on to some of those gains as well. But that said, let's quickly talk about some of the gainers and losers. First, let's talk about some of the losers in terms of the top trades as well. So 7.5% downtick coming in on something like an Infosys. And when you talk about the entire Nifty 50 pack, you're seeing a lot of declines really coming through for some of your IT names. So something like an Infosys, TCS, LTI Mindtree, Emphasis, Tech Mahindra, Persistent, all of those counters trading with losses right now. What's not doing so well is Bata India on the back of some profit booking as well after that stellar surge also coming in, and some of your fertilizer names also trading with a little bit of pressure. What's holding up quite well is something like a New India Assurance and a bunch of counters, the likes of Transcend rectifiers as well, and that's the entire picture that you have in terms of markets. But that said, let's also get you the check going as far as oil prices and gold are concerned. You do have a little bit of loss really come through on both counts. In fact, let's also chat and get you some of those insights from Vandana Bharti, AVP Commodity Research, SMC Global Securities, who's joining us on the show right now. And Vandana, the setup is looking quite poor when you talk about oil prices, but also surprisingly gold prices. It has not been trading like a safe haven asset, and we'll come to that. But first things first, let's start chatting about oil prices in terms of what you then pencil in. This is something that US President Trump had really called out, and it is playing out somehow exactly as he had pointed out in terms of oil prices falling like a rock.
Yeah, very true, Shreyanshi, and it is happening right now, and we have seen around 40% of fall from the level of 119 in crude oil, and this is almost a crash of 40%. And in gold and silver, market has wiped out $1.7 trillion in last 24 hours. So it is like a very huge, massive liquidation in the gold and silver and crude oil prices, and the benefits, it is totally going to the dollar index, where we have seen the breakout in the chart. And we are expecting 102, 102.5 kind of level. And simultaneously, like all events happened in this week, it favored dollar index and it was against the bullion counter. So yes, the indications, Fed indications of rate hike and Bank of Japan interest rate hike, and then peace till all three events, they have pressurized the bullion counter and crude oil prices. And we have seen selling across the board, whether it is metals, it is energy counter, or it is a bullion counter. So this was a week of massive selling in commodities prices.
Yes, no, absolutely. And when you talk about that fall, it's really coming through at least on the weekly price levels. But Vandana, when you talk about prices just at this moment, some bit of recovery, some bit of rebound is something that you're seeing being reflected. Do you think that that kind of trend could really sustain here?
No, in crude oil, I'm expecting, Shreyanshi, that the prices should stabilize near the level of $70 to $70, because it will take weeks or months to, on the ground reality is that it will take weeks or months time to get the normal transportation from the Strait of Hormuz. And the derivative market, it is reacting more against the physical market. So in physical market, $78.8 is the Indian crude basket oil prices, and the spot prices and derivative market, they the gap between these two markets should get minimized, and I'm expecting that the prices should really move a little upward towards the level of $80, and $80, $85, it should be the level where the prices should get stabilized in international market. If we talk about the MCX, in MCX, I'm expecting that the prices should go near the level of 7,400 to 7,500 kind of level, because really it will take some time to get the transportation or supply side completely smoother.
No, absolutely. And let's, on that note, really start chatting about gold as well. It's quite the interesting move, like I mentioned earlier as well, Vandana, because first you had the safe haven asset. Now you're looking at the safe haven asset that really fell in an active war. And right now you still have it declining, even though some of the peace hopes have really reflected through. Some of the deal talks as well had legs to really stand on. So what are you looking at going forward in terms of gold, and how are you putting all of this into perspective right now, given the entire safe haven asset status that is drastically shifted?
Yeah, and it's really confused the market, because in wartime it was moving down. Even after the peace deal, it is moving down. And the liquidations, it is all, it is across the board of bullion counter, whether we consider gold prices, silver prices, platinum, palladium, selling is everywhere. So yes, but the retailers are moving out from this counter. ETF in ETF, we have seen the outflows. But this is the time for institutional buying, and central banks, they can get really active at this price level, because during the war time, what we have seen that ETF buyers, they were out from this counter, and retailers, they were out from this counter. But yes, it was central banks, they continuously bought this metal, and at this level, 4,000 kind of level, it is really very lucrative and attractive for the central banks as well as the retailers. So yes, this level can attract physical buying. Earlier it was ETF buying. Now this time ETF buying and physical buying both can emerge in the second quarter or third quarter of 2027, and slowly it will make a base for bullion counter, and simultaneously we are entering into that aggressive seasonal buying, and that will start from August onwards towards the months of October to November. So by the correction, with the correction, major correction in the prices and seasonality, now the prices should move up.
Yes, no, absolutely. And given that prices should move up, Vandana, that brings me to my last question to you as well. Do you think that if fresh buys is something that people are thinking about, do you think that they should go ahead and do that right now, given that there's been some of the weakness that has really set in gold prices as well in the recent past?
Yeah, every time like it settled near the level of $4,000. So, and now it is coming down. I'm expecting more fall in the prices, and it should be settled near the level of 4,000 or 439.80 kind of level. So on some further correction, they should accumulate, whether it is ETF, whether it is physical buying, or it is in derivative counter. So with some correction, they should start buying.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Vandana, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go, that's the entire outlook coming in. If you're looking at fresh buys and if you're looking to buy gold, you could be looking at that time horizon as well in mind. But with that, it's time for a very quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
the news. Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise.
We are here joined by Mr. Abrar Ali Dalal, who's CEO at Rainbow Children's Medicare. So, welcome at NDTV Profit. Always pleasure to have you. You know, your focus was on expansion, but now it is more on utilization, I would say. Does this mean slower expansion going ahead, or expansion will continue at the same pace? What's the update when it comes to capex?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. We have added around 450 beds last year, and so currently we are around 24 beds as organization. So obviously the focus now will be on the utilization of the current capacity. Various steps that we're taking, certain tactical steps like making certain changes in the organization structure to be able to increase the speed of execution. We are going to focus a great deal on digital conversions and digital marketing. And from an internal hospital point of view, we are looking at getting in a lot of tech, which includes getting in a new CRM software, which will help us look at patient conversion in a better manner. So these are the key steps that we're taking for to look at how to increase and capacity utilization or occupancy.
Right. So you've added almost 500 beds, but occupancy is still low at 45%, if I'm not wrong. By when these beds will start generating returns for you?
Yeah, I think if you look at the last quarter, where most of these beds were already implemented, we have grown our volumes, or our incremental volume growth has been almost 20%. So it has already started firing. If I look at quarter one of this year, we're looking at another volume growth of close to 25%. So I think that should answer your question. The proof of the pudding lies in that after implementation in Q4, we actually started firing pretty well. So it is actually improving, and we are hoping to look at a much better improvement as the year goes by.
And any target when it comes to occupancy levels, sir? In Q4 it was almost 45%. What's the target going ahead, and by when will you achieve that targeted number?
See, I believe that occupancy of around 55 to 60% on 2,400 beds will be a good occupancy from a pediatric specialty and birthing fertility point of view. So I think that's what we're targeting, and we're not far. If I would look at it, somewhere around August, September, we should be hitting those numbers.
Understood. And talking about the margins, which are at around 32% for FY26, any more levers ahead? Can investors expect more inch up towards margin, or these are the peak margins that you will be maintaining?
So I think these are very good margins, honestly. But however, saying that, always the effort lies in improving and operating, getting better operating leverages. So while I'm optimistic that we can do better, but again, I feel that these are very good margins to be at this point of time.
All right, and that's the word coming in from Rainbow Children's Medicare as well. But let's also talk about the FMCG space, shifting our focus to the FMCG sector then. And analysts, in fact, are telling NDTV Profit that FMCG space is unlikely to see a price cut immediately as well. In fact, let's also go across to Sesha Sen, who's standing by with all of these important details.
Right. While crude prices have corrected sharply from their highs, consumers should not expect their grocery bills to, come down anytime soon. FMCG companies say that their pricing strategies remain largely unchanged as they continue to work through the inventory purchased when crude was trading above $120 per barrel. Companies such as Dabur, Parle and Imami point out that input cost pressures are still elevated, with the freight and packaging expenses remaining high despite the fall in crude prices. We haven't seen a decline in the retail fuel prices either. As a result, the benefit of lower oil prices has not yet fully flowed through to their cost structures. In fact, some companies are still considering calibrated price hikes to safeguard margins, although the extent of future increases could be lower if crude prices remain subdued. Now, industry players say that they are also waiting for greater clarity on where the oil prices eventually stabilize before taking any major pricing decisions. Now, Parle has, indicated that it does not expect any immediate reduction in the MRP. Dabur has also said that it may still undertake selective price hikes, though the quantum could be lower if, crude prices stay at the current levels. Imami has also said that it is currently carrying inventories, 2-3 months of inventory, and that it may not see any price actions at the moment.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for getting us all of those details. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Lunchtime Trades. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Millions of people sleep every night but never truly rest. Their breathing stops again and again without them even knowing it.
This is sleep apnea, a condition far more common and far more dangerous than we realize.
This week on NDTV Lifeline, we decode sleep apnea, the hidden disorder linked to heart disease, diabetes, fatigue, and more.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business story.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Mahima. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today. Now, if you look at the market, the Nifty has snapped its 5-day winning streak. We're down nearly 240 points in trade, and this is largely led by the IT names and HDFC Bank. In fact, HDFC Bank and IT names are pulling the index down by nearly 180 odd points. Apart from that, on the gaining side, we have indices like the Nifty Small Cap Index that has been trading in green. But apart from that, other sectoral names that have been trading in green is Nifty Pharma, up around 0.5%, while all other indices are down anywhere close to 0.2 to 1% in trade. Not much of an action that we are seeing, some kind of a profit booking after 5 straight days of gain. But yes, as I was mentioning, the Nifty Small Cap Index, despite the market weakness, it's largely flat in trade. But Mahima, which are the key stocks here that have been buzzing?
Right, so Samit, a lot of names definitely in action on the small cap side. You have Ravindra Energy, which is seeing gains of almost 15%. There is NACL, which is also doing very well, up 13%. SP Apparel is also up 12%. Rane Limited also doing very well, up 12%. ESAF Small Finance Bank up 11% as well. And also buzzing very strong on the back of very good volumes. Restaurant brands also doing fairly well, up 8%. But on the flip side, you have some counters which continue to be under pressure. Something like Som Distilleries is down 6.4%. You have names like Shakti Sugars, which is also down by about 3% odd. Signpost India also seeing a downtick of around 3.6% odd. So that's with regards to where some of these names go. But the first small cap name that we're going to talk about is Godavari Biorefineries. Now, this particular counter is into ethanol and sugar, and now kind of foraying into a drug which is used to cure cancer, and they've gotten a Japanese patent approval for this particular drug. To take this conversation ahead, we are now joined by Samir R. Somaya, who is the CMD of Godavari Biorefineries, joining us now. Samir, very good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for taking out the time. I think my first question, and I think everybody who's tracking your counter wants to ask this, that originally you are into sugar, ethanol, etc., right? But now you're foraying into a cancer drug. What has led to this shift? What is the way forward from here, and what is the thinking behind this?
Thank you very much. We are actually an innovation-led company. We are in the field, of course, from agriculture, sugar, ethanol, biofuels, biochemicals. We've always wanted to do stuff that is unique, different, and not done before.
That's how we ventured also into bio-based specialty chemicals. So we have a very good research base. We have more than 50 scientists working for us. And there was a time about a couple of decades ago when we thought that India is the pharmacy to the world. But can we not also think of whether we can try and crack a major molecule in terms of drug discovery? Why couldn't India also do that? And we wanted to show that. So we started working on a molecule to go after triple negative breast cancer, which is the aggressive mode of breast cancer over there. And that's how the journey started. More of a dream, like a moonshot, that since we have so many research scientists, we're always doing work in chemistry. Can we try one of these molecules in this field as well? So that is the dream that we wanted to do. Drug discovery is a long process, and that's where we are.
Okay. I believe you are also piloting something called the DME project. If you give us, can you give us some more understanding on that, and at what stage is this project? By when can we expect some commercialization news on the same?
Well, so, we are in a world of geopolitical uncertainty. India needs to be Atmanirbhar by 2047. And this, in the current day and age, we've already seen what fossil scarcity looks like. DME is the use of carbon dioxide, mixing it with hydrogen and making a product which can be used as a blend with LPG. So it addresses the idea of climate change and also looks at energy security. We've done this in partnership with ICT, Institute of Chemical Technology, which is in Mumbai. The work was done earlier in the laboratory. Right now, we are doing pilot trials over there. Again, I would like to specify this is a research project. That idea is a dream to try and make something that meets Indian energy security using carbon dioxide with electrolyzed hydrogen to make the product. But that's what the idea is. It is currently in pilot trials.
Okay. Samir, with regards to this Japanese patent approval, that you've received for curing of cancer, you just gave us the details. But in terms of how big the market size looks like and what is the kind of potential going forward, in terms of how much this can add to your top line, and right now, if you take a look at your business mix as well, sugar is around 36%, chemicals is around 29%, and ethanol is around 33%. Now that you're foraying into a fourth segment per se, what is that mix going to look like in the next 3 years? Give us some perspective on that.
See, cancer, I'll give you some background. We are taking one of our molecules into the clinical trials right now. We have just finished safety trials of this one molecule for triple negative cancer, and we are now looking to preparing an application to apply to CDSCO for preliminary efficacy trials. The current patent that we have received, which you're talking about, is a Japanese patent for another molecule also, which has found some work on cell lines to show its effectiveness on breast and prostate cancer cell lines. But this is because as a company, we need to create a pipeline of chemical products ready as we develop this portfolio of products. The molecule that we are taking forward right now is a different molecule, and the time frame for that molecule to complete preliminary efficacy trials is about 2 to 3 years. And we would be looking to partner with some pharmaceutical company, provided those trials are successful, and then see how they could take it forward.
Okay, got it. With regards to in terms of the estimated investment that you would have already done, plus going forward that you're going to do, what is that amount looking like, and how are you planning to fund it further going forward if you were to invest a more amount?
So right now, that's the idea is to take the current molecule to CDSCO and do preliminary efficacy trials. Our budget amount for this over the next 2 to 3 years is about 20 crores. And we would do that with internal accruals. It is the stage after that which requires a lot of money. And that is why we have now set up a US-based step-down subsidiary called Sajjan Therapeutics. And that company is now looking to find partners in parallel with the effort that we do in the clinical trials.
Okay, coming now to your mainstay business currently, that is the ethanol business. Now, government has targeted E85, E100. What have been your initial conversations with the government? How will this work out? If you could share some insights on that front.
See, E85, again, going back to the field of geopolitics and energy security, India has to play to its strengths. Our strengths are in the sun, the soil, and the small farmer. And Godavari has always championed the use of sugarcane juice, sugarcane molasses to make ethanol. And we are also now adding a maize-based facility, which is under commissioning right now. We have this fundamentally as a resource in the country, and to increase, because in the last oil tender, 17 billion liters were offered and 11 billion liters were what was demanded by the OMCs. So we have at already a 20% blending, and this could provide a platform for much higher blending as we go forward. As we know, for higher blending to take place, flex fuel cars need to be in the market, and there has to be E100 or E85 higher blends over there needed. So one is you increase the current blend from E20 to higher than that to what the engine can take. And flex fuels provide the complete flexibility for cars to take ethanol blends of up to 100%. So when we have surplus ethanol in the country, which is energy that the country much needs, it addresses climate change and makes sure and ensures farmer income security. It is a way to have that homegrown energy, homegrown biofuel meet the energy needs of the nation. So Godavari is expanding its production. It uses juice, molasses, and now grain-based distillery to further expand capacity. And we think India is showing a great path forward how to further movement towards a sustainable future.
Got it. What about capacity utilizations? Where do they stand at right now, and going forward in a year or two, where does your capacity utilization go at?
So we are adding, we are currently at a 600,000 liters per day juice to ethanol facility. We also are adding a 200,000 liters per day grain-based distillery. The distillery functions with different molasses, different feedstock at different capacities. During the season, it's high. So we also make ethanol-based biochemicals. So our whole plan is to sell maximum what we can into the ethanol blending program. And whatever is not consumed by the ethanol blending program, we use to sell to or use ourselves in ethanol-based chemicals, as well as the ENA market and other specialty markets in the pharmaceutical and also in the cosmetics markets. So that's how we are strategizing multi-feedstock and multi-product.
Right. And lastly, sir, if you could just take us through what is your guidance for FY27? Where are you looking at the company's revenue, EBITDA, and net profit? What's the internal target here?
I think we will talk to our board later and come back to you, but we would like to say that our bio-based chemicals market is also doing well right now. The world is looking at a green energy as well as a transition on greener materials. And we have customers in all over the world for our specialty markets, multiple geographies, multiple applications, and we are definitely seeing a good move across the segments of ethanol and bio-based chemicals as we go forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the way forward for Godavari Biorefineries. Well, before we move on to our next small cap stock, let's slip into a short break now.
Millions of people sleep every night but never truly rest. Their breathing stops again and again without them even knowing it.
This is sleep apnea, a condition far more common and far more dangerous than we realize.
This week on NDTV Lifeline, we decode sleep apnea, the hidden disorder linked to heart disease, diabetes, fatigue, and more.
I'm beginning to breathe a little easier. I can see a glimpse of the possibility of India kind of having seen the worst in terms of potential impact of the ongoing conflict. So I wouldn't have felt this way in April or May. With the measures put in place on Friday, the 5th of June, I have a feeling that we may be able to handle FY27 much better than what we may have feared in April or May.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com. is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Millions of people sleep every night but never truly rest. Their breathing stops again and again without them even knowing it.
This is sleep apnea, a condition far more common and far more dangerous than we realize.
This week on NDTV Lifeline, we decode sleep apnea, the hidden disorder linked to heart disease, diabetes, fatigue, and more.
I'm beginning to breathe a little easier. I can see a glimpse of the possibility of India kind of having
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers here at NDTV Profit. The next one that we're going to put spotlight on is Reliance Energy, and this counter has been in focus on the back of a bulk deal, and we have Shivam joining by to give us some perspective as to who bought and sold and what the company does exactly.
Yes, the stock has seen a strong momentum in today's market, and the stock is currently at 5-month high, and the volumes in stock has also been around 4 times the average. Also, there has been multiple block deals, but before moving on forward to the block deals, let's see about the brief description about the company, where the company is involved in business of selling solar pumps and setting up the solar generation power plant and generation and sale of power. Now, the company's main operations are concentrated in Maharashtra and Karnataka too. Also, regarding the bulk deal, a renowned investor Utpal Seth, who is currently the founder of Trust Group and has been CEO of Rare Enterprises, has bought shares around 1.1 lakh at a price of 23 rupees. Apart from that, recently the company has also launched a right issue of around 200 crores, and the fund from this was to be utilized for the support of renewable and EV business expansion. Apart from that, a key development also includes the associate company EIM, which is into EV business, that has partnered with Paradeep Parivahan to deploy 45 electric buses for the Ultratech cement, and this was among the largest electric truck deployments in the North India cement sector. Apart from this, if we talk about the quarter for FY26 financials, the company has financials were slightly on the weaker side, where despite increase in revenue, the company has seen the net loss of around 12 crores. Also, in terms of valuation, Reliance Energy has been reasonably valued in terms of comparison to its peers, and currently is trading at 40 times its price multiple. In terms of stock performance to the company, the stock has given a positive performance in 1 year and 1 week and 1 month basis.
Okay, all right, Shivam, thank you so much for getting us those details on Reliance Energy. The stock is up at its day's high point as we speak, up 16%. The next one that we're putting focus on is Magellanic Cloud. Now, this counter is going to consider fundraise very soon, and we have Jasmeet joining by to give us more perspective on this. Jasmeet?
Well, Maiva, thank you for that. As rightly said, the company is considering to fundraise, and that's the news for this particular counter. While we had reported about this company on Monday, 4 days ago, we did know the stock had rallied nearly 20-odd%, and currently the stock is up 27-odd% since then. While if we look at the overall stock performance, the stock has risen nearly 30% in the last 1 month, and it's up nearly 22% in last 6 months. The majority of the gains over the last 6 months and a month is coming in the last 5 days itself. If we look at the overall order book of the company has been receiving a lot of order in the e-surveillance section over the CCTVs, and if we talk about the recent orders, company received an order nearly about 15-odd crore from East Coast and Southern West railway stations for the CCTV footages. Now, in terms of the overall Q4 performance, the company did have a strong Q4 altogether. We did know the revenue saw an expansion of nearly 25-odd%, while the EBITDA saw an expansion of 8-odd%. In terms of the margin, that compressed a bit on the back of the business shift which we are seeing from IT services to surveillance system, where they are increasing in cost of material, impacting the margin profile, and that might be the new margin profile for the company going ahead. Lastly, talk about the profit. The profit saw an uptick of 6-odd% and currently it's a 30-odd crore for the quarter.
All right, Jasmeet, thank you so much for getting us those details on Magellanic Cloud. Of course, trading at its day's low point, completely opposite of Reliance Energy, down by about 1%. But with that, viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. But if you have got stock-related queries, then do stay tuned, because Ask Profit is up next.
Millions of people sleep every night but never truly rest. Their breathing stops again and again without them even knowing it.
This is sleep apnea, a condition far more common and far more dangerous than we realize.
This week on NDTV Lifeline, we decode sleep apnea, the hidden disorder linked to heart disease, diabetes, fatigue, and more.
I'm beginning to breathe a little easier. I can see a glimpse of the possibility of India kind of having seen the worst in terms of potential impact of the ongoing conflict. So I wouldn't have felt this way in April or May. With the measures put in place on Friday, the 5th of June, I have a feeling that we may be able to handle FY27 much better than what we may have feared in April or May.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Millions of people sleep every night but never truly rest. Their breathing stops again and again.
Welcome, you're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachharjani and this is a show that gets all your stock related queries answered. Before we start doing that, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at this hour. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 and see as to where it is trading at the moment. You have a downtick of around 0.8%, slightly off from its day's high point, but still below the 24,000 levels for the Nifty 50. And it's the IT names that are putting pressure on the index as we speak. The Bank Nifty also, let's try to pull that up and see as to where it's trading at right now, hovering around the 57,600 levels, now dipping by about 0.5%, but again off from its day's low point. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map as well and see as to what sectors are doing at this hour. You have some specific names that have been doing well and are still doing well, like defense, pharma, healthcare. You have media, which is doing fairly well, but IT down 4.9%. Realty also seeing profit booking back in the red, and you also have Nifty Auto, which continues to be under pressure. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well and see as to where they are trading at. The mid cap 150 is trading by just flat, has recovered quite a bit from its day's low point. At least that is a positive sign. And the Nifty small cap 250 continues to be in the green, up by about 0.2%. But let's start taking your stock related questions, and to answer them, we are now joined by Ruchit Jain, who's the Vice President Equity Technical Research Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal, and Neerav Asher, who's the Head Equity Research Analyst at Latin Manharlal Securities, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to the both of you. I'll start by taking the first question, which is from Bindu, who's writing from Hyderabad, asking about transformers and rectifiers. She's bought around 360 shares at the levels of 260. Wants to know if she can continue to hold or book profits at the current levels. Rujit, there's a good spike that we've seen in the stock today. What is your recommendation on this one?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon, Mahima. Well, today we have seen the stock surpassing its 200 EMA hurdle after a long period of time, and that too with very good volumes compared to what we have seen in the recent past. So I think the buying price is also good. So it should continue to hold on for further up move, maybe towards 420 odd levels, where it can take a review again on the stock.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on KPI Green. Our viewer Rakshit from Udupi wants to know if he can enter into this counter from a slightly long-term perspective. Neerav, would you recommend that?
Well, the advice is to wait for the next quarterly results. There is a possibility of a correction due to some margin pressure. So I think the advice is to wait.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Venkat, who's writing us from Chennai. He says he's bought 125 shares of Reliance, bought at the levels of 664. Wants to know whether he can hold or sell. Neerav, what would you recommend on this one, considering the AGM and the news around Jio IPO coming soon?
Well, the advice is to hold.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Mr. Srinivas, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about Aarti Industries. He's asking that, basis the charts, what is a good entry point from a 6 months to 1 year perspective? Ruchit, your view?
Any decline toward 460 can be used as a buying opportunity. The 200 DMA support is around 434, so keep stop loss below 430 on your long positions.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Sabita, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about DOMS, and she wants to know the right entry price and the target also for this one, and whether this is a good idea to buy this counter or not. Rajit, the stock is down around 3.6% today. What would you recommend?
Still into a consolidation phase, the stock is facing hurdle around the 2400 mark. So I would recommend to wait for a breakout above that. Only if it surpasses 2400, then go long for potential targets around 2700, and stop loss should then be placed below 2200.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is from JSW Energy is the next one. Anil from Pune wants to know if he can continue to hold from a really long-term perspective this particular counter that he's been holding around 220 odd shares. He's holding 6,000 odd shares bought at the levels of 220. So he's bought it at very attractive levels. I'm sure he's sitting at a huge profit right now, considering that he's got a good quantity as well. But Nirav, should he continue to hold? He's saying that he can hold this for the next 5 to 7 years.
Since he's bought the shares at a very attractive valuation, he should continue to hold from a long-term perspective. Definitely, yes.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Gautam. He's asking whether does it make sense to invest into any of these demerged Vedanta companies for the next 12 to 18 months. Nirav, any view on this one? Any particular one that you think is investable right now?
Well, we've been looking at Vedanta Iron and Steel because it's got very strong iron ore reserves and the capacity to scale up the steel business to 15 million tons per annum. So I think it's looking very compelling from a valuation perspective.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Satyan. He's asking if it's the right time to accumulate PhysicsWallah from a short to medium term perspective, and what are the levels to watch out for. Ruchit, your view?
Yeah, so the stock is attempting an up move with good volumes, and today even the stock has surpassed its resistance. So can expect a short-term up move towards 135, 138 kind of levels. One can create long positions with stop loss below 112.
Okay. The next one that we have is on Pavarika. Murthy from Vizag wants to know if this is a good counter to buy from a long-term perspective. Nirav, any view on this one?
Yeah, but I think it's advisable to wait for some correction before making an entry into the stock.
Okay. The next one that we have is from Sunil Kumar, who's writing us from Visakhapatnam. He's asking about AGS Transact. He's bought around 1,000 shares, the levels of 42.45, and wants to know whether to hold or book losses. Ruchit, any view?
So overall, I would suggest to take an exit from the stock. It's the stock is almost a penny stock now. So no point keeping any expectations from this.
Okay, all right. Okay. The next one that we have